Madam Chair, we're now live.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the December 14th, 2020 meeting of the General Government Committee. I will be your chair this afternoon. Due to the COVID-19 emergency, this meeting of the General Government Committee is being held electronically and live streamed on the town's website. All members of council and town staff in attendance are participating by audio and video teleconference. For members of the public watching from home, please bear with us if we encounter any technical difficulties throughout the meeting. And I will now call this meeting to order. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none, we will move to the adoption of the minutes. And I see that there's the regular minutes from November 20th. Are there any questions about those minutes? May I have a mover, please? Moved by Regional Councillor Crawford. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried, thank you. And the minutes for the closed session from November 9th. Are there any questions or comments? And may I please have a mover of those?
Good morning.
I see Regional Councillor Lee. All in favor? No opposed. Thank you very much. So before we move to the consent agenda, I would like to request, if everyone's okay with this, that we move items 6.1 and 6.2 from the presentations list. If we move those and cover them now, because we have some very special guests here today, and you know, for time's sake, we'll move them forward. Is that okay with everyone? Thank you. So the first presentation, 6.1, is the Regional Chair's update, and I'd like to warmly welcome our Regional Chair, John Henry. Take it away, please.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Bauer, for allowing me to attend today's meeting. And good afternoon, Mayor Collier and members of council. Thank you for an opportunity to provide an update from the region. I first want to acknowledge the great job my colleagues from Ajax do on regional committees and at regional council. Mayor Collier, for your work as the Vice Chair of Finance Administration and Chair of Transit, for Councillor Crawford, for your work at Works, and for Councillor Lee, Planning and Economic Development, and CLOCA. So thank you for your service, and thank you for your continued efforts and partnership. I also want to take the opportunity to thank Ajax staff in advance for the great work they do each and every day, supporting the residents of Ajax during non-COVID times, and especially during COVID times, for the great work that they've done. Like so many things we have seen change and adapt this year, our regional update is coming in the form of a video for the first time. And while this video will give you an overview of the amazing things we're working on across Durham Region, I want to start by acknowledging some key accomplishments in Ajax. There is no better place than to start than the announcement in September from Amazon. They have committed to building 1 million square feet distribution facility in Ajax, bringing 1,000 new jobs. This is a significant investment in Ajax and our region. But most importantly, this announcement is a direct reflection of the collaboration that exists between Durham Region's Economic Development Team and the town of Ajax and other important business partners. Together, we are showcasing why Durham Region is the best place to live, work, grow, and invest. Speaking of growth, 11 major DRT projects are underway with provincial and federal investment in order to modernize our operations. This modernization includes several projects such as the Bus Rapid Transit, or BRT system, that will connect Oshawa to Scarborough along Highway number 2. And Ajax is an important conduit in the BRT corridor. Many Ajax residents will benefit from the improved access to the eastern threshold of Toronto. Both the federal and provincial governments recently announced significant funding in broadband, and we are looking forward to securing the funding necessary to achieve our vision of a fully connected Durham. We know that many areas in Ajax are in need of fast and reliable internet, and we look forward to seeing how this funding can make the need a reality in the coming years. Major infrastructure and roadway projects remain a top priority in Ajax. Durham Region and York Region have undertaken a joint study to identify a preferred method of addressing future capacity limitations of the existing outfall at Dufferins Creek Water Pollution Control Plant. Several road widenings are either in design or in construction phases to continue to address the town's growing traffic capacity. And as you all know, COVID-19 has changed so much of how we deliver services here in Ajax and right across the region. But as you can see from what I've mentioned here this afternoon, our hard work continues. So please enjoy our video presentation, and I'll be happy to take any questions on a regional matter afterwards. Mr. Clerk, if you could play the video, please.
Hi, I'm John Henry, Regional Chair and CEO of Durham Region.
And I'm Elaine Baxter Trahair, the CIO.
There's so much to be excited about in Durham and the work we're doing to support its bright future.
Together, we are making Durham Region a better place to live, learn, work, play, grow, and invest.
My Durham is a healthy, prosperous community for all, an energizing and enterprising region where we work together to deliver excellent service. There's no question that the world is becoming more complex. Dynamic political, economic, and social environments create both challenges and opportunities. As a regional government, Durham provides a wide range of programs and services to grow an increasingly diverse community of residents, businesses, and visitors.
It's about long-lasting economic vitality, meeting greenhouse gas emission targets, supporting job creation, and more.
My Durham is sustainable, growing, and green. Together, we're accelerating the transition to a low-carbon future built on a clean energy economy. We are addressing climate change while delivering economic, environmental, health, and social benefits to our community. We are rethinking how we build, how we use and generate energy. We're reducing emissions and looking to nature for solutions. We're retrofitting buildings and launching programs to reduce home energy costs. As part of an integrated waste management system, anaerobic digestion keeps waste out of landfills and helps replace the use of fossil fuels. It's no secret that Durham Region is the clean energy capital of Canada. With 2 nuclear generating stations and a recognized energy cluster, we are leading the way in energy innovation. Together, we are making life easy with integrated public transit, active transportation networks, and electric vehicle readiness to get you where you need to go.
And internally, we are taking steps to modernize operations, building a better future for our residents, local businesses, employees, and the region.
My Durham is an engaging community. Our neighborhoods are vibrant and diverse with rich cultural heritage and a strong creative culture. In My Durham, Black Lives Matter. We're taking steps to strengthen diversity, equity, and inclusion in our programs, services, and decision-making tables. We're investing in our community, building complete neighborhoods that are safe, walkable, and well-connected to nearby services and recreational opportunities like cycling, trails, and waterfronts. We are addressing risk factors like substance abuse, social isolation, and racism to enhance community safety and well-being. We're taking steps to increase public confidence in our policing services, improving safety, transparency, and accountability. We are focusing on mental health and addiction services to improve emergency response. My Durham is healthy. Our paramedic, public health, and social services are cultivating a caring community that helps residents live their best lives. In My Durham, everyone feels safe and has a sense of belonging and can meet their basic needs.
We're improving vital infrastructure, ensuring the region is ready for an ever-growing connected world.
My Durham is resilient, dynamic, and positioned for the future. We are supporting business and employment growth through innovation and partnerships, ensuring a supply of serviced employment land in the right place at the right time, attracting new investment and helping existing businesses grow.
We will continue to look for partnership opportunities, investments from our partners, such as the provincial and federal governments, to help us achieve more of our long-term goals.
We're strengthening relationships with academic institutions and industry to co-create a vision of tomorrow. My Durham is connected. It's a place where people and goods move through hubs supported by broadband networks that are critical to an increasingly digital economy. We're seeing growth in key sectors like our world-class energy, environment, and engineering cluster, manufacturing, and health sciences. As the eastern anchor of the GTA Innovation Zone, we're supporting ecosystems that change the way we live by challenging the way we think. Durham is home to nearly 293,000 acres of farmland and more than 1,300 farms in a growing agriculture sector. Technological innovation abounds through GPS-enabled planting, use of robotics and tools that make farming more sustainable, resilient, and productive.
We're committed to supporting our vulnerable populations. No one can fall through the cracks.
My Durham cares for residents whose life circumstances have left them without a place to call home. Through new modular and micro-housing developments, the region has committed to providing up to 1,000 new affordable housing units. Many of these will feature wraparound services such as meals, mental health and addiction support, medical and dental care, counseling and employment services to ensure no one gets left behind. Together, we can break the cycle of poverty. It's about ensuring our most vulnerable residents have access to what they need when they need it most. Focusing on childcare, income support, long-term care, and supporting our aging population.
My Durham is continuously improving. We're streamlining to deliver services to meet people where they are. We're managing assets in a safe, responsible, and sustainable way. We're supporting transparency and accountability by providing clear and consistent information. And we're attracting a skilled and diverse workforce to embrace innovation and unlock great ideas. These are challenging times, but we're stronger than ever.
We've been working hard to realize our potential and seize opportunities that will change our community and our world.
My Durham is your Durham. This is your home. We are so excited to be on this journey with you.
So thank you, Chair Bauer, for allowing me to show that video. I also want to say that this morning we declared December 14th to the 20th as Shop in Durham Week with the support of our boards of trade and our Chamber of Commerce. And I was joined by the Ajax Pickering Board of Trade and the Chamber of Commerce from Whitby this morning, and we raised the flag outside of our headquarters here in Durham Region at 605. Roslyn Road East in Whitby. So with that, buy in Durham, celebrate our entrepreneurs, and I will take any questions, Chair, that you have.
Thank you very much, Regional Chair Henry. Great video. I saw that Regional Councillor Lee had some questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chair Henry, for the presentation. It was incredibly informative and really dynamic. My question is, firstly, on the low emissions target. So we had seemed to have featured that on the video prominently early on. I wasn't aware we were the green energy capital of Canada. That's a great distinction to have. What are ultimately our targets? I think I know the answer, but just for the rest of Ajax residents who are watching today, what is ultimately our end goal for emissions targets?
Well, I think if we use just transit to talk about transit, the announcement that was made a little while ago with the addition of electric buses to our system and how we want to be net zero in 10 years. Our goals are greater than that, but in transit, that is a significant statement to make. And under the leadership of Mayor Collier Transit, we're going to do that. And it's working together. So, you know, transit is one issue. We have other issues. But what's really exciting when you talk, and I'm glad you mentioned that we're the green energy capital of Canada. But with the technology that is going on with decommissioning and Pickering, and having the only site in Canada for small modular nuclear reactors in Clarington that has passed the EA, we're soon going to become the clean energy capital of the world, and the jobs that will open up from all of that. So exciting times in Durham, and we're starting. I mentioned transit. There are other programs in place, from our home energy retrofit to a number of other initiatives. And of course, regional councillors would be aware that our climate adaptation plan was recognized in 2018 by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities as the best plan in Canada, and that municipalities from coast to coast to coast in this country are using parts of our plan to better their plans. So great question, and thank you, Councillor Lee.
And through the chair as a follow-up. So the next point was, you know, something I've spoken a few times at regional council. It's just the diversity issue that we seem to be having or experiencing at the region. And, you know, through the video, a lot of good initiatives were brought up. Do you see a point where we can maybe set equality standards the same way we would set emission standards in the region of, you know, having 80%, 90% persons of color, or, you know, women, or people with accessibility issues, anything like, do you think it's ever possible to set a target like that so that we can have a true representation within the region?
Well, Councillor Lee, I want to thank you for the question, but I also want to say thank you for your vote, because you and members of council did pre-budget approval to actually create a office that will deal with systemic racism here at the region. And that your pre-budget approval and your commitment to funding that office is a big step going forward to make sure that our residents are treated equally and fairly. And I was proud to move that forward along with the our mental health direction of hiring more mental health workers to work within our police department to meet those needs of working towards 24-hour, 7-day-a-week, 365 day of the year mental health reach in cooperation with our services here. So you were part of two really big decisions that are going to really change the focus of how we deal with things in the region. But what's really important is council did the pre-budget approval for this, and that we're able to go forward. And instead of being caught behind, we'll be ahead. And hopefully in the new year, all of the things that you mentioned and the work can go forward so that we can create that region that we know we can. We do have problems, but this is a great first step. And I want to thank the regional councillors in Ajax for their support on that initiative.
Great. And again, I'm also looking forward to a more equitable region in the future because I think it's very much a possibility. Thank you again for speaking, and thank you, Chair, for the questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Regional Councillor Crawford, I saw your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chair Henry, for this glowing report from the region. I know we've been busy even through COVID, and so it's great to see the update. Thank you. Your excitement around BRT doesn't seem to be shared by many other people. I know that Whitby is not very happy about having their car traffic taken away on Dundas. We've certainly had a motion go forward to Metrolinx. How do you see that BRT? It's not certainly that we don't support transit or the connectivity. It's more about how things are happening. How do you see being able to support at least Whitby and Ajax in our kind of fight for our residents in this issue?
So thank you for the question. So transit is a challenge, but for thinking of transit, it's about today, tomorrow, and 10 years from today. It's about where we will be with autonomous vehicles, charging stations, how our buses will operate down the road. And I think the fact that we're having those conversations today will go a long way. The region has a vision in working with Metrolinx to make sure that we can connect the people from the eastern part of the region to the University of Toronto Scarborough campus. It's bold. It is about moving people. It's about future technology. You're aware, and unfortunately because of COVID, we didn't start it, but we're having our first autonomous bus work in Whitby. That program is coming forward. Picture an autonomous bus route running along all of Highway number 2 that can be timed using technology to help the movement of traffic. So there are a lot of things happening, and I know in some cases, there is some challenges, but the challenges lead to questions, and the questions lead to opportunity. Transit is key for us, making it work. We have some incredible volumes. Mayor Collier will tell you that prior to COVID, we were up to somewhere around 1.4 million on the Pulse route, which is just amazing, the Simcoe Street corridor. But I think the future for us here and the ability to navigate this as technology changes is going to be very big. And I can see a day, and that day is not far, very far down the road, within probably 10 years, where traffic will move very differently. So will cars, not just buses. So we need to continue to work together to find a way to make transit work. It is a great equalizer for all residents. And I'm proud of the work that we've done, and I'm proud of the work that the Transit Executive Committee does to help facilitate the needs of transit in Durham Region. Our on-demand system has been amazing. So I know I've deviated a little bit from the conversation. I think what we need to do is find a way to move forward, thinking about how we manage today, but really how we're going to manage the very quick change in technologies going forward 5, 6, 10 years down the road.
If I may, one last question. We have recently had our police chief retire, and I'm just curious: have we started the search for a new police chief?
Not as yet. The chief Roweller, who's it is an acting position for now, and we will be reaching out very shortly to do that search.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Regional Councillor Crawford. So the next person I saw was Regional Councillor Dyes. You have some questions?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Chair Henry, for coming today. So at Health and Social Services, they've been working on the project up in Beaverton, as you know, and it's a very innovative program that, really speaks to the issues that we've seen increase during COVID in homelessness and people at risk. And I'm really quite pleased to see this happen. And I know that a lot of the local municipalities struggle with the one issue about, erecting modular homes, and that's the zoning. And I wonder if the region will be working perhaps with the province or working on a zoning issue on this issue to make it easier for the lower tier municipalities to look at, other projects. They don't have to be that large, but to look at projects like that so we can help more people in need.
Great question. And modular housing, it's unique. It's housing that's built in factories, so it can be built very quickly. So when you refer to the project in Beaverton, if it can be finished in 2021. And the project in Beaverton, the region owns that land, and it's also zoned for what we're trying to do. But working with our municipalities to create opportunities to give a hand up to the people in our community that are having challenges is key. We have a great team here in our housing division that do amazing things each and every day, trying to find ways to find a place for people to live. And council, and thank you because you supported it, our commitment to build 1,000 new affordable units in Durham region by 2024. That is a big, bold step. It's not nearly enough, but it's a step. So we're working with everybody. We'd be happy to work with any one of the municipalities to advance any issues or related challenges. Make sure that the appropriate services are there at the right time in the right place. Council was very bold in putting together our employment lands funding model a little while ago. So something that is absolutely outside of the box that will meet the needs of our communities going forward. So a willingness to do really big, bold things to give people a hand up. But I just want to talk about some of the challenges. And I know that some people look at social housing as a place to put people that have challenges, but really what it is, it's a place to put people where they need help. And the one in Beaverton is you'll have to want to go there. But we had great success, and council worked with the In and Out program at Camp Samak, where we were able to get the people that were in that program during COVID the services they need to get on with their lives, to help them get the mental health support, the addictions support, to find them housing. And when you get someone out of the cycle, then they contribute to society and they help us get to that next avenue. So I'm excited about the future, about finding ways to help our residents with some of the challenges they're having. And I can speak from personal experience. I know that, every, 1 in 5, it says that have mental health issues. I really wish that there was a place to go when my dad started to have challenges versus where he was sent. If he had gotten a little bit of help in the beginning of his mental health journey, then he wouldn't have had the challenges with his journey. And we all know somebody that kind of falls through the gap where they could just use a little bit of help. That's what these facilities will do, especially when you can bring wraparound support services to that facility: addiction counseling, mental health counseling, financial counseling, basic health care. This is a really exciting project, and hopefully we can continue to move on, and where we have the opportunity and when the funding is flowing as it is during COVID, take advantage of that and make it work for our residents.
Well, I appreciate your answer. Councillor Bauer and I are very interested in the homelessness issues, and we see it on the increase here in Ajax, and we're looking for innovative solutions, so we might come knocking one day.
My door is always open.
Thank you very much, Regional Councillor Dyes. Mayor Collier, I saw that your hand was next. Please go ahead.
There we go. Set unmute. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chair Henry, for coming and giving the update today. I'll switch gears a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about development. As I think you're aware, last Monday we approved an exciting development application on the Annandale lands that's going to produce between 1,500 and 2,000 new jobs, $52.7 million in DCs and permitting fees, and about $1.5 million a year in property taxes going forward. to the town and the region. So definitely a great investment here. But what I found odd was about half hour before the meeting, we'd already got our comments from the region, and suddenly we received something from the region asking us to defer and we didn't even know about this till after. We didn't get this information till after, even though it came in just before at the 11th hour, asking us to defer the decision and to enter into development agreement with the region prior. And I just wanted to ask, is this something new? Because in my 10 years at the region, I'm not ever aware of any development agreements being entered into except for one that we just did on October 28th with the adjacent landowner. But that was due to an MZO, which takes away, the appeal rights and a number of other bypasses a number of other areas in the planning process. But with the Annandale lands, completely different, has gone through the entire planning process, has been in both the regional official plan and the town official plan since year 2000. And this was simply an exercise to bring it into compliance. So I found that very, very interesting and actually a little bit disturbing, because I felt that special interest was being put on this land that's not in other developments in the region. I wonder if you can speak to that, please.
So I'm familiar with the project and trying to make. I think what the region was trying to do. Well, I know what the region is trying to do is make sure that we manage the traffic challenges that are there, and working together to, like you said, create opportunities for jobs in our region. So I don't think the commissioner did anything that was out of line. I just think it was late getting there.
Okay, this wasn't actually from the commissioner, it was from the regional solicitor.
Yeah,
which made it a little more.
So we have within our organization, as you're aware, we have Commissioner Bridgman. He works with Jason Hunter, Director of Legal Services, and it was just something that should have been there. We got there late. I apologize.
Well, I just wonder, is this something that we're going to see on all major developments in the region going forward, requiring a development agreement be signed prior to a council?
So in fairness, I think the challenges that we're having here at the region with and everybody working as hard as they are with COVID, just sometimes some stuff gets missed, and it's been, I apologize, but here I can tell you that we have been like your staff, they are being worked very hard to try to meet everything that is going on. A number of your managers and your directors and your commissioners probably haven't had holidays, that they're working tirelessly 12, 14, 16 hours a day. And sometimes, there's so much going on and that's a challenge and stuff gets missed. At the same time that all of what's going on in Ajax, we've got some great challenges in other communities too. The General Motors announcement, which was an amazing story about creating those jobs as well. We've got the small modular nuclear reactor program going at Darlington, the decommissioning process going in Pickering, and then we've got, and you've seen it in your own community, the development that has gone on during COVID that relies upon regional communications to make those projects happen is the same in all 8 municipalities. The workload is there, which covers, the 8 to 5 work, and then we've got COVID that covers the other 4 or 5 hours of the day for some of our managers. So it has been a real challenge. Hopefully that we will, as the vaccine comes out in the new year, be able to move ahead and things won't get missed. But it is a challenge. And I know, and I'm going to speak about our team here too, because I know that your team is, and I can see it in your face. We're all tired. We've all aged a number of years with COVID, and we're all tired. And our frontline service people especially are tired. Our commissioners, our directors, the people that manage our long-term care, our daycare, our paramedics, our police officers, your fire department, your frontline works people, your service people, we're all tired. And hopefully that with the announcement of the vaccine being available, and by the way, Dr. Kyle is working on that as we speak with Dr. McTavish about how that is going to happen in the region in cooperation with Lakeridge Health, that going forward next year, as the COVID light bulb is turned on, as people get vaccinated and as our economies shift into high gear, because I truly believe they will, and COVID falls by the way, we'll be able to get back to where we were. So on that issue, I apologize, but really It's just a matter of the complexity of everything that is happening at the same time. You know, you are the chair of transit.
And I certainly,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, finish, please.
Oh, as the chair of transit, you have seen in work that's gone on since COVID that would have taken years to do.
Mhm.
And that's the speed that we're operating on. So I'm excited about the future and the challenges. And you know, we've got some interesting complexities in all 8 municipalities. And tonight, if I'm addressing Brock Council on the issue of what similar to what I've done for you today, but I'm sure that that will go into modular housing in Beaverton and how we make that happen as well.
Okay, well, I certainly appreciate that, Chair Henry, and thank you. It's just I think I've shared before. We have such an incredible amount of development applications in our planning department now, in excess of 20 million square feet. So we're going to have a lot of exciting announcements going forward, and that's good for Ajax. That's good for Durham. And I want to make sure that there's not going to be any holdups or any changes for these going forward. We want to work with the region. We want to be good partners, and we want to help move things forward and benefit us all. Especially in this case where there isn't a site plan application, so there really isn't anything to be able to decide regarding traffic or anything at this point. It's just a concept, but I appreciate that. And I just wanted to add quickly to what you're saying about the bus rapid transit. I absolutely agree. We're looking ahead 10 years, not 1 year. And yeah, it may be a bit inconvenient up front during the development process, but the long-term goal is to get people out of their cars. And I think COVID, if we can find some positives, it has been showing that people can work very well from home. And before COVID, we actually had significant growth in DRT ridership over the previous year. So more and more people are getting out of their cars. So I'm hoping that the changes that are going to happen with the bus rapid transit, in alignment or in consolidation with those other things, will not make it as big of an inconvenience as we're thinking it may be right now. But again, it's what we have to do to help move us forward. But thank you very much for being here today, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. The next person I saw was Councillor Tyler Moran. You have some questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hello, Regional Chair Henry. Nice to see you, sir. Thanks for coming here to Ajax virtually. I wanted to discuss with you very quickly, when the province currently put our region in red zone, the red zone, I think it was supposed to end on December 23rd, or they said something about it will be till at least December 23rd. And I'll just say another comment and then let you speak to that whole thing a little bit if you can. You know, local businesses are decimated, as you know. The difference between green, yellow, and orange is sort of one pack, and then it crosses the line. And when you go into red, what they're telling me is that they're finished. They're decimated. They can't survive in red or the next level, which is a lockdown. So obviously, I'm infinitely, concerned about our health and making sure we're doing the right thing. But I wonder if you can speak to that a little bit. And like they say, can we get it back to orange so we can survive? We can grind it out in orange. In red, we're decimated. Those are quotes from a variety of local businesses around our town. Thank you.
So thank you for the question, and you're absolutely right. We're in red, and we have communicated with the province, and we do it on a weekly, sometimes bi-weekly basis. That we have asked, and members of regional council got the letter that we had sent to the premier the other day about keeping our long-term care facilities out of the counts. Right now, we have two large breakouts in two long-term care facilities, one in Whitby and one in Oshawa, and we have some small breakouts in one of our regional facility. And what we've asked that those numbers be separated from the COVID numbers so that they don't appear in our count, because we can control our long-term care facilities. We can use the appropriate tools to manage those facilities, get the help they need, and deal with it in partnership with Lakeridge Health. On a side note, I just want to recognize that our paramedics, there was a call go out and asked for volunteers to go work at Sunnycrest. And paramedics on their day off went and worked and volunteered to work there. They will be paid for their services because there was such a shortage of help. So we are conveying to the province that Durham Region is very different. We're very large. As you're aware, the city of Toronto would fit in the municipality of Clarington. We're very rural in the north. And as you go further east, the farther away from Toronto, there is less and less related to COVID. So we've asked them to look at Durham Region in the light of the size and the vastness. And so far, we've been able to stay in red. But the question to getting out of red and going down really is a question that needs to be posed to the residents of our community. We need to stop gathering in large groups. We need to wear a mask in public, wash your hands regularly, don't touch your face. You need to follow the rules put out by our medical officers of health, Dr. Kyle and Dr. McTavish, and that we need help from our community to get into a lower category. And really, it's about a partnership. It's about all the great things that your town does, but asking our residents to help us too. And just because you can get together with a group of friends on a weekend to celebrate whatever it is, doesn't mean that you shouldn't be doing it virtually. And we can still do a lot of that. So, as we get into the holiday season, and normally we would come together, I'm asking today that you do that through some form of a meeting, whether it be FaceTime or Teams or Zoom or however you want to do that. But please gather together, but do it responsibly and do it virtually. You don't have to bring your entire family together for Christmas dinner. You can have Christmas dinner online. And that's the key. It's about working with our residents. We don't want to go into gray. We don't want to see the challenges of locking down our community. In red, we still have some ability to carry on and do business. I'm proud of our economic development department, your economic development department, the Ajax Pickering Board of Trade, and all of the others who have come together to make sure that our businesses were able to modernize for online business, to be able to do curbside delivery, to able to place an order for pickup in businesses that had never taken advantage of that new digital way of doing business. That's what our economic development departments have done. So on the region website, there's lots of ways to go into Invest Durham and look at what we're doing. There's support for businesses that are trying to modernize and use that new digital world. And hopefully that if we continue down that line and we don't gather in large groups, and I know it's hard during the holiday season, maybe we can get back to going down in a couple colors, but it really will take working together. And we've seen some really great work on behalf of our residents, but then you've seen some people that have used an Airbnb to hold a party where lots of people have been exposed. And those are the things that we need to do. And enforcement is happening. If you do something now, people can reach out to Durham Regional Police through the non-emergency line, and they will send somebody out to look at that. And chances are that you will probably get a reminder that you shouldn't have done that.
Thank you, sir. And quick follow-up, Madam Chair. So the December 23rd date that was set by the Premier when Durham went into the red zone, can you speak to that date? Is it just straight through? Have you heard anything different? Do you know when they're going to reconsider?
We haven't heard anything different yet. They usually do the reconsideration on Fridays. So hopefully we can continue. Our numbers are down a little bit today. If we can continue to go down, the next 3 days in a row before Friday, maybe, hopefully we can stay in the red or do better. But right now with the numbers, it's a challenge. And our teams are doing an amazing thing. But use your social media. Remind people that please don't gather in large groups. Wear a mask when you're out. This time of year, you don't have to take everybody to the grocery store to go shopping. Only one person of that family needs to go to the grocery store. So please help us help you stay safe.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Tyler-Morin. And Councillor Khan, you had some questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to Ajax, Chair Henry. It's always good to see you. I really enjoyed your presentation, your video, and I was interested in the micro homes that I saw a little splash of that come across the screen. And I know in Oshawa, they had a pilot project in November 2019, where they're going to use containers, multiple containers, and create a housing complex, so to speak. Can you advise on how well that's going and how far that's gone so far?
So thank you for the question. So what you're referring to is the Durham Region Local Not-for-Profit Housing Corporation brought in a tiny modular home for people to come in and look at it and put it beside their one of their buildings in Oshawa. And since then, that project is gone. And during the what we're talking about with modular homes or the modular development in Rock Township in Beaverton, there are 10 units that will be built in Oshawa. So that project is moving along. Hopefully the funding is there and it should be finished by the end of next year. So it is a start. It's a very interesting way to look at housing. So it's an exciting project, and I'm proud that council has pre-approved a lot of what we need to do, and that we'll be moving forward on that.
Thank you, Chair. And homelessness is increasing in Ajax as well, and we want to make sure we can curb this. And I like your strategy of trying to give a hand up instead of a hand out, and that's very well respected and appreciated. So thank you for the hard work you're doing for our region and for Ajax as well, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you. But today I get to deliver this presentation on behalf of the region. But there's 6,000 people that work for the region of Durham that every day go out and do great things. There's a regional council that works together to make sure things happen. So thank you for the compliment. But really, I get to speak on their behalf, and there is a big team of people out there supporting our residents, and they do great work each and every day, similar to what your team does at Ajax, your council and your staff, and what they do every day to make Durham one of the greatest places in Canada to live, work, play, and learn. And when this COVID issue is over, Durham region is placed to be. We already are one of the fastest growing regions in Canada, in Ontario. But after this COVID thing, we will be the fastest growing region in all of Canada. And we will have a number of things happening that will happen nowhere else but in Durham, and it will be amazing to watch.
And that's very honorable of you to share the compliments and the honor and the glory. And we really appreciate it, and it's very well noted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Regional Councillor Crawford, I saw your hand go up again. Did you have something else to say?
I did. I wanted to ask, thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me back in. On November the 27th, the government actually announced that there was handing out grants and initiatives to police to modernize policing, and it's for updating technology. Of course, I immediately thought about the body-worn camera. Can you tell me if the DRPS was applying for that? Or, of course, I'm going to be at the meeting tomorrow, so I'm hoping that I can hear about it then too. But I'm wondering if you know if we did, if we applied for any of that money.
So I can't say for sure on that issue, but I will say that if there's an application for funding, we don't miss very many opportunities to apply for that. And you're right, the body-worn camera issue is coming to council during the budget process. So I know that will progress to our budget. So tomorrow I will, if you're at the meeting, I will be asking, I can ask that question to make sure if all applications have been made for funding that has been put forward by the province and the feds, and I'll put up my list for the Police Services Board meeting tomorrow.
Great, I'll be there with bells on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Regional Councillor Crawford. Are there any other questions at this time for Regional Chair Henry? Seeing none, thank you very much for this presentation. The video was very informative. All my questions have been asked and answered. Thank you for taking the time to come and join us today. We appreciate it, and we wish you a happy holiday and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, and the same to all of you, and please stay safe, and we'll see some of you on Wednesday, and the rest, I hope to see you in a very positive New Year.
Wonderful.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much, everyone. So we're going to move to presentation 6.2, the Durham Community Fund update. We have a special guest with us today, Vivian Curl, the Executive Director of Durham Community Foundation. Welcome. Good afternoon, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's great to be with everyone today. I know that I need to be brief, so I will get right to the presentation. If we can move to slide 2, please, or next slide, please. Thank you. In 2019, our grants committee awarded $30,500 in flow-through funding. An additional $13,452 via the Ajax Community Endowment Fund at DCF. 13 applications were approved for funding, directly impacting 14,368 individuals and indirectly impacting an additional 3,224 residents. Next slide, please. Thank you. In terms of flow-through funding, Big Brothers Big Sisters Southwest Durham received $5,000 to expand their mentorship program. Community Justice Alternatives of Durham Region received $5,000 to assist youth in working through their issues with their parents. Girls Inc. of Durham received $5,000 for their lunchtime literacy program. Luke's Place received $5,000 to expand the Ajax Pro Bono Legal Clinic. Next slide, please. PFLAG Durham received $5,000 to support Two-Spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, intersex youth in Ajax. Renaissance Foundations received $5,000 to support children affected by a family member's addiction, and Youth Fusion used $500 to develop virtual online learning programs. Next slide, please. In terms of endowment funding, Caria Community Health Center received $1,950 to purchase groceries to support 228 food hampers for Ajax residents. Community Living Ajax Pickering and Whitby received $1,050 to build vegetable gardens, help clients learn how to prepare healthy meals, and purchase supplies for their online programs for their Ajax clients. Feed the Need in Durham received $1,000 to purchase 1 month of fuel to support transportation of fresh, frozen, and non-perishable food to 5 agencies based in Ajax, supporting 12,000 individuals. Scientists in School received $5,000 to fund local STEM classroom workshops. Next slide, please. Our grants committee also awarded $1,952 to their opportunity to enroll 6 youth in sports programs, and $2,500 was awarded to the Youth Philanthropy Initiative that takes place at Ajax High School, engaging 55 students who in turn granted $1,000 each to 5 local charities, including the Ajax Pickering Hospital Foundation, Durham Rape Crisis Center, Grandview Kids Ajax, Horizon House, and the Salvation Army Hope Church. Next slide, please. Our primary focus since January has been to advocate and secure funding for local charities, an effort involving local government, stakeholders, charities, and our partnership with Community Foundations of Canada, United Way, and the Red Cross. In May, the Emergency Community Support Fund, a $350 million investment from the Government of Canada, was launched to support charities and nonprofit organizations serving vulnerable populations within the region of Durham. Our foundation responded to more than 400 voicemail messages, reviewed 198 applications, and awarded grants to 140 local registered charities, providing $1,788,385 in funds within the region of Durham, and an additional $149,623 in grants to neighboring charities based in Northumberland County. Traditionally, our foundation grants about $250,000 a year, so this really has been an extraordinary year of giving. However, the need for charities remains incredibly high. In the second round of emergency community support funding, which we just concluded, we had $575,000 available to grant and received over $1.5 million in requests for support, almost 3 times the amount. As you know from our experience, charities are in need of funds to support the increased demands of our community and to continue to employ people that not only fulfill the organization's vision and mission, but also deliver vital programs and services to the residents within our communities. Next slide, please. I know that many see our foundation as a definitely are, but we also don't compete with local charities. And in fact, we strive to strengthen their work through our initiatives. We facilitate a monthly executive director chat that is peer driven and supports EDs throughout our community. Through these candid and confidential discussions, our foundation was able to make the case for support for the emergency community support funding, and we were able to receive the highest amount possible for our region. We facilitate, and at the request of EDs, we also sourced funding through OPG and Bell to launch the Bridging to Resilience program. Led by psychotherapists who had experience in the philanthropic sector, we offered a series of mental health workshops to further support charity leads and their team navigate these unprecedented, challenging times that we are currently in. We also expanded our one-day philanthropy forum to 3 full days, leveraging our relationships with experts to provide the latest data and opportunities available to the nonprofit sector. Our annual Walk for Your Cause went virtual. It's a great platform for the sector to continue and to raise funds for their respective organizations. And for the first time, we partnered with Canada Helps to champion #Durham Gives Back on Giving Tuesday, profiling the current needs of charities within our region. All of these initiatives are designed to help charities learn, build capacity, and foster philanthropy. Next slide, please. I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you to each one of you for responding to the pandemic with extraordinary leadership and dedication to our community. Thank you for your financial contributions to the Ajax Community Endowment Fund at Durham Community Foundation. It's not only a first in our region, but also ensures that there are permanent resources for our town, which also is my town, well beyond our lifetimes, for good and forever. Next slide, please. Sorry, I know I rushed through it, but thank you again for your time, and we look forward to continuing to build community with you. And I can catch my breath, and if you have some questions, I'm here.
Thank you so much, Vivian, for that wonderful presentation. Take a breather. I did see some hands go up for questions. The first person was Councillor Tyler Moore. Go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be quick. I have to say, fostering philanthropy is probably the nicest way I've ever heard asking somebody for money. That is such, I'm totally stealing that. I would like to foster your philanthropy. But on a serious note, it's overwhelming the amount of great work you're doing here in our community, and thank you so much. It's just, we've seen a lot of these names. It's kind of the foundation that you're leading day in and day out. You're working on it 365 days a year. You come here today and we all say, oh, great job. But tomorrow you go back to it. And I know that. Thank you so much to you and everyone that works with you. How's this going to look in 2021 if you address this this council again? As much as people are reaching out more, are people that haven't been affected, throughout the pandemic financially, are they being a little bit more generous? How is the incoming? Can you speak to that just a little bit? I know you mentioned some of it, and I'll let you speak. Thank you so much again.
Oh, you're very welcome, and thank you. That's a great question. And surprisingly, for donors that do have the capacity to give, they're actually giving more. So that is one of the things that we are seeing. I think the greatest challenge for charities is most of their fundraising comes through events. And so a lot of the events were not happening this year. And so virtual events sort of replaced it, but not at the same level. So I think for the most part, from what I understand, charities are making it to the end of the year. Most of them probably have funding until March 31st. A lot of the support through the federal government and provincial government in terms of funding, the end date is March 31st. I think the big question for most charities is, where is that going to take us after that date? So while they're relatively good right now, the next 3 months are very critical in terms of how they're going to progress and whether or not, like businesses, they're going to be able to get back into that signature event sort of opportunity that they've missed this year.
Okay, yeah, a perfect example, quick follow-up was the Mayor's Gala, which was powerful. It's a powerful, I know about events in Durham, and I'll let Mayor Collier speak to it, and this year it went virtual, and they still did really well and helped out so many. Good example, Cops and Kids is another one. the Dance for Hope. Anyways, thanks again and for letting me ask those questions.
Thank you, Councillor Tyler Morin. Councillor Khan, you had your hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Vivian. So listen, I had to check my LinkedIn profile to see how long I served with you. You had pulled me on in 2014 until 2018, and that was a lot of hard work, man. Like, we had thick files we had to go through for weeks to choose the recipients of these funding. And Vivian, I must commend you. You have grown exponentially since then, since I was on your board, and you've grown and you've done wonderful things. And again, I'm so very proud. And of course, if you ever need any support from me, please reach out. But to what piggybacking of what Councillor Tyler Morin was asking, did you lose any donors in the process through this pandemic?
So Durham Community Foundation normally does outreach like any other charity, but we actually opted out of outreaching for any funding this year. We made that decision because we didn't want to compete with other charities. So, but I do know from the executive director conversations that we're having, for the most part, charities have seen a significant drop in actual funding for this year. So, and realistically, it could be as low as 30%, but even as high as 50 to 60% of what they would normally receive in an annual year. So the impact for them in terms of the bottom line has been quite challenging for sure.
Okay, thank you. And when you say you don't compete with local charities, you help strengthen their work through your initiatives. What exactly does that mean? Because I really like the sound of it.
Well, what it means is, as a community foundation that grants to charities in our region, we are very mindful of outreaching for funds. So we would not approach what most charities go to within our community for funding. The only time that we ask for funding is when we actually need the funds for the Bridging to Resilience program. This was the new mental health initiative that we did for the charity leaders. We needed $2,000 to run the program. We outreached a partner to do that so that we could deliver that in the community. So that's what I mean, where we're trying very hard not to encroach on what other charities are trying to get money from as well. Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense, and that's wonderful news. And thank you very much, and keep on doing the good work. Thanks, Vivian.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? Okay, I don't see any. That was great, Vivian. I did have one question, and it was about, in the report I noticed, and also at the beginning of the presentation, you talked about direct and indirect impact of these grants. Can you just talk to us a little bit about what that difference is and maybe an example?
Sure. Direct impact is the actual individual who would be participating in the program and service, and they would be allocated as someone who was directly impacted by that service. However, what they learn or what they achieve from that program and service also then they take back into their household or to their caregivers or grandparents, and so or other youth in the community, because a lot of the projects are youth initiative or youth led, and so they would calculate how many other people around that individual would be impacted from participating in that specific program or service. So the direct impact numbers and the indirect numbers are also calculated by the charities that submit the final reports. So that's how we actually capture that information in terms of impact.
Okay, thank you very much. So I could see that. So that would be the indirect, I guess, would be a little more subjective data, perhaps, or I guess they would have to go and see like how they would survey that, or
part of it could be subjective. However, if it's one kid going back to their household and there are 4 people in their household, then obviously they would be able to calculate that. And I think for the most part, the charities that are doing the reporting have actually done a calculation. It's not a random one. A random one would be one person times 8, or direct impact times 8 to sort of give you a more subjective number. And clearly, a lot of the data that we have isn't based on that.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That was I really enjoyed this presentation. It's great to see the giving happening. Any other questions or comments? So at this time, thank you very much. Thanks for taking your time and presenting with us. Have a wonderful holiday season. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you again for all that everyone in Council is doing for our community. It's deeply valued and appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks everyone. So we'll move back to section 4 now, the consent agenda. And I believe Mayor Collier has pulled 4.1, 4.2, and 4.4. Is that right? Just those 3 items? Okay, so could I please have a mover for the remaining items? I see Councillor Tyler Morin. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you. So go ahead, Mayor Collier, with 4.1 if you'd like.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't mind moving this. We're just endorsing it. I know we sent this back as correspondence at one of our past council meetings, but I just wonder, through you to staff, the fact that yesterday Canopy, one of the largest growers in Canada, announced it was closing 3 of its main greenhouses, one being in Clarington, because the retail rollout for cannabis in Canada is much slower than anybody anticipated. I wonder how that affects this. I know we have, I think, 7 applications for retail outlets, but that doesn't mean 7 applications are going to open. This is going to be a market-driven type thing. So I just wonder how the closure and the seeming, and this is during COVID where you think it might be going up, but the closure of these greenhouses, because there's less absorption into the market, how do you see that playing out going forward? And I guess that's to Ms.
Yeah,
Matheson.
who would like to answer that?
Thank you, Mayor Collier, through the chair. So this particular response was requested specifically as Hamilton has seen, I believe the number was 61 applications, and a number of them only within meters of one another. So the intent in endorsing would not be to say, that we want to slow any process in terms of the AGCO's allowing for retail cannabis sites. It's just a matter of, in terms of public safety and keeping cannabis out of the hands of youth, that kind of thing, along that stems from the policy statement that was endorsed by council in January of 2019, I believe.
Yeah, one of the first things we did as a council.
Yes, exactly. So, our policy statement did speak to the fact that, it was our intention not to have a number of retail sites in very close proximity as well. So I think it wasn't the intention to hinder or slow any processes.
Okay, I only bring it up because that was very recently in the news. And I know one of the reasons why this has been so slow to roll out is many people are still purchasing from the black market. So I don't know whether that's because of cost. I don't know whether that's because of quality. I don't know, but I'm just saying I don't really see this as a big problem in Ajax. Like, we've got applications, but are people going to invest their hard-earned money opening storefronts to lose money? It's like we don't have a bylaw restricting people opening restaurants. We don't have a bylaw restricting people opening dry cleaners. or grocery stores or bakeries or coffee shops. I mean, if we had a restriction on Tim Hortons, we wouldn't have 12 in town, right? But this seems to me as something that would be more market driven. I don't mind endorsing it. I don't think the province is going to give this much thought, but I just wanted to point that out. It kind of goes against being a willing host for retail outlets, and I really don't see it becoming a problem here, but I don't mind passing it today.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. I saw Councillor Tyler Moran's hand go up. Did you have something? Oh, okay. Anybody else have any comments or questions regarding this? No? Okay. I'd like to say thank you to staff. It was at the last council meeting that we deferred this to look at. I'm glad. It seems we already had the answer because we do have that policy statement that talks about clustering. So thank you for getting back to us so quickly on that. And if that's it, then we'll have a mover for this item to endorse it. Thank you, Mayor Collier. All in favor? Okay, none opposed. That carries. Thank you. 4.2, you also pulled, Mayor Collier. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and I'm glad to see this come forward. The financial sustainability plan, it was due for a review, and we did move this forward through last year's capital budget on November, I think it was November 11th last year. Did move it forward to 2020 to have a look at it, and I'm glad to see it come forward, although I don't know if it's gone far enough. So I just have a few questions through you to Ms. Valentin or staff. Just let me bring it up here. And I did have an update with staff on this, but just looking at first of all, we bring the SWOT analysis on page 19. We talk about taxes being relatively affordable in Ajax. I guess that's who you ask, because I hear from a lot of residents that they're not. Capital contingency reserve being depleted. We're under contributing to capital, which I think we know, and that is really, really going to be apparent now with our loss of slots revenues. And the changes to the DC legislation, removing the 10% statutory reduction. These are all challenges, but at the same time, I think we are in a good position. Let me just find my questions here. There we go. We have, and you heard me speak to Chair Henry earlier, an enormous amount of development applications. And we just had the big announcement from Amazon, which gave us 9-point-something million in DCs. I know those were DC projects, but you talk on page 22, page 6 of the report, 22 in the agenda, about the decrease or the shift to the residential taxpayer. And I just wonder, I'm hesitant to make a decision today about this, knowing that we have so much commercial application and we're going to have so much commercial growth over the next couple of years. Ms. Valentin, can you speak to that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Chair. So this is at a point in time, and we've seen this trend throughout the region, and a lot of municipalities are experiencing this. You're correct, though, that we are seeing more non-residential coming forward. Until that gets put onto the tax roll, we won't really see what the split is. But we have seen in the last 4 years that there has been a shift to more residential versus non-res. So that's just the point that we're trying to identify within this report, just providing some metrics to council on where we're seeing that the taxes right now. I'm not sure if Ms. Munns would like to speak to it as well.
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair to Mayor Collier. Yeah, it is a trend that we've noticed, and we've identified it just so that council's aware as part of our benchmarking exercise and to really reinforce the good actions that council's taking to encourage this kind of development and bring it forward, and hopefully shift the balance here so that the residential tax base isn't continuing to bear disproportionate amount of the tax burden. We'd like to see that shifted, obviously. So it's more equitable for all concerned. I think I would also note that one of the other factors that's happening here, because we are under market value assessment, part of the change is also because the housing prices are increasing at a faster pace than commercial properties. And so that also, even if the volumes were to stay relatively the same, would also cause a shift as well. So just something to be aware of for council.
Okay, I guess I'll just shift gears a little bit. We're going through right now at the region the municipal comprehensive review, and we have a large number of conversion applications. Because again, we have our official plan, we have a finite amount of residential lands, and we are almost, there's not a lot of new residential development going to happen as far as low to medium density. Where we're going to be going moving forward is high density redevelopment of our downtown core, but also if some of these conversion applications are successful, my intent or my vision hopefully is that we will not only be able to retain the jobs, but also add that high density residential as part of mixed use as well, which would again will increase the assessment growth, will increase assessment growth. How does that factor into this? I know it's hypothetical right now, but if these are successful, again, we're doing the FSP now, but knowing we might have some fairly large changes in the next couple of years, I'm just interested to know how that would affect things, please.
I can start through the chair to Mayor Collier. You're correct, there are a lot of larger multi-res properties coming online. The challenge we have right now is they're being assessed by MPAC at a certain value and a tax rate. However, the developers are challenging and they're appealing these assessments. So we are dealing with several, and this deals with commercial and industrial as well, that we have seen that there are several appeals that have taken place, which does impact the tax roll on any given year. So we will see an increase in the multi-res, but we're not quite sure where that will land on our tax roll.
Okay, I tend to look at it as a bonus, because right now I think we are looking at our official plan and we see our employment zones, and so we're basically expecting employment. But in this case, if we get the mixed use, we not only get that commercial, we would also get the bonus of the residential. That's what I'm referring to. Is that what you're
through the chair? You know, an increase to our assessment actually spreads out the requirements, right? The tax levy. So an increase in assessment will help across the board, or could help, especially with an increase in multi-res, increase in non-res. It's just where that shift will land.
Okay. I didn't see spending caps. I saw it mentioned once, but nothing regards to any changes to spending caps, which have been a sort of a long-term challenge with the FSP. Go ahead.
Sorry, through the chair. We do mention it within, so it was something that we looked at. However, we do require additional information to help us identify where we think those spending caps need to be. So as was identified in an early part of this report, sorry, I'm just trying to find that in front. On chart 1, the FSP outcomes, we do identify that the spending caps that were implemented in 2013 are helping to actually address the increase in assets. So we're demonstrating that the goals of the FSP are actually being realized slowly over time. So we are taking on more assets in our portfolio, and we are seeing that due to these spending caps that our reserves are increasing. We're still not where we feel we need to be. We are continuing to review the FSP plan and all the policies that fit under this plan. We still need information with regards to the asset management plan and how that feeds into long-term financial sustainability. We also, with the uncertainty of the casino revenues, we're trying to understand what that will look like. So those are things that will help us to identify where our reserves need to be and what those spending caps may be in the future. So this was such a comprehensive plan. We tried to do it over a phased approach, and this being phase one, more of the administrative piece of it, to look at some of the policies that are in place, trying to fine tune them. This plan has been in place since 2013. So bringing forward some of the administrative pieces right now, but we are turning our attention to the financial sustainability and our asset management plan and the reduction in the casino revenue. So that is top of mind, and we are addressing that going forward.
Okay. Down on page 25 of the agenda, page 9 of the report, you talk about the stabilization reserve, and we did use 1% or 1.08%, I think, of the stabilization reserve to reduce the tax increase for this year. And that was based on there being an estimated equal amount in the surplus that would have gone back in and topped it up. But in here it says that didn't happen. And when we made this decision, that was the plan. What changed? Obviously, we didn't have the surplus.
To you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair, I believe that last year through the budget process, $744,400 was removed from the stabilization reserve with the expectation that it would be funded from the surplus. I believe the surplus for 2019 was only $300 and some odd thousand. So we didn't have that opportunity to fill it at this point. We will look to see. So what we're proposing within this policy is to allow us to fill that gap in the stabilization reserve over 3 years versus the 1 year. So we didn't have that opportunity because we didn't have sufficient surplus.
I know you weren't here at the time, but the estimate that was given, or the projection that was given in November, and what we actually had in February were two different things. What would have caused that?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, there are several things that happen through. We do what we do in the town of Ajax is a forecast, an operating budget forecast, where we look at the actuals up to the end of August, and then we predict what we feel will happen based on our best guess information at that point in time. Several things can happen from September to the end of the year, which will impact those numbers. So we are careful to advise council that is a forecast. We do our best to have with the best information we have at hand. We do work with the departments to ensure that we get the best information, but it could have been, I don't know specifically what it was. I wasn't here. But several things could have happened.
Okay.
That weren't anticipated.
I guess council does the best with the information we had too. So that was the information we had in November. Going down to page 26 of the report, we talk about the debt levels, and we have very low debt. We've been privileged to have the, what is it, somewhere in the neighborhood of $90 million in revenue from the slots to help our capital, and so we haven't had to incur debt. But that unfortunately now has changed through COVID and through the opening in Pickering eventually. So we know that will be much lower, and I think we all have to sort of face the fact that we're going to need to incur some debt if we want to keep moving some of these capital projects forward. And that's not a bad thing, because interest rates are very, very low. That also spreads out the payments so the current residents today aren't paying for something and all the new residents going forward aren't contributing. It kind of spreads out that payment over time. On the other hand, one of the things you talk about, I'm not sure where it is in here, But when it comes to the investment of our reserves, we have a lot of money sitting in banks and GICs. So if we incur some debt, we're going to pay very low borrowing, but we've also got very, very little growth on our investment. And I think honestly, I'll liken it to, you put money in your RSP and then you wonder why you don't have enough for retirement because you only made 1%, where you could have been investing that long term and be making 8 or 9%. Yes, there's a little bit of risk, but over long term, you can average out that risk. Can you speak to that, please? Because I know municipalities are allowed to have a more broad view of their investment portfolios, yet we still put everything in the banks at the lowest rates possible. The highest rates we can get, but compared to the market, they are the lowest possible.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier. Historically, when I was here in Ajax a while ago, we did do active investing on our cash flows. However, at the time, in negotiations with our financial institution, they were able to provide us with an equitable or a better rate than what we were getting as going out to do some of the investments. I believe that's where the town has been, and there were several restrictions as far as investment opportunities. So the government legislates how municipalities can invest their funding, and it was legislated. There was a legal list of instruments that could have been utilized. So that is still in place. Most recently, about a year and a half ago, the government did come forward with new legislation called the Prudent Investor. So I've been doing a little bit of research on that. However, the town of Ajax on its own does not qualify, or we don't have sufficient funds. I think it's over $100 million for investments to do your own investment. So what the town would have to investigate is either a joint investment board or being part of an investment board to invest the funds on our behalf. So I am investigating that. I don't know at this point in time. I'm not in a position to jump on board with that, but it is something that we will be reviewing.
Okay, I would suggest you reach out to Ms. Taylor at the region, because the region now is looking at more of an active investment portfolio, and it's through an organized group, which is, I think, is what you're referring to. So
yes, I think that they're using the One Investment tool.
Yes.
So I do have bi-weekly calls with the area treasurers as well as the Commissioner of Finance with Durham Region. So we do actively participate in discussions on that. So I will continue to have those discussions as well.
Okay, it would just make sense. I think we're leaving a lot of money on the table because we've got our current reserves, and the short-term reserves, absolutely you want the safety and security, but our longer-term reserves, when we talk about building maintenance, for instance, that could be 5 to 10 to 15, 20 years, it makes more sense to be more active in that. If we're only getting 1 or 2% when we could be getting 8 or 9%, that would go a long way in making up some of this gap that we're showing here in this report. At the same time, instead of using $20 million in cash for phase 2 of ARC, for instance, and that's not the exact number, I'm just using that for example, debenturing that at a very, very low rate while our reserves are growing at a higher rate, again, would be an opportunity and a possibility of growing those and not having to put that burden on the taxpayer. Just something to think about going ahead when you're doing that research, please.
Okay.
And I just would like to know, based on these proposals and the recommendations, how much would our reserves grow in the next year based on this? What would be the net growth of the reserves as a whole based on this, please? And you might not have that number exactly.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, I don't have the number. I'm not sure that we looked at that specifically. In working with our capital budget that we'll be bringing forward in the new year, there are some assumptions that have been built into that budget, which may impact our reserves if we don't get that external funding. But I'll defer to, I don't know if Ms. Muntins has anything to say on that.
Thank you, through the chair, to Mayor Collier. Well, I mean, in principle, the spending caps are 65%. So, you know, our reserves should grow by 30%. I believe that right now our preliminary capital budget has an estimated spend of about 80%. So we would expect to see 20% of our annual contribution that would increase. But as Director Valentin indicated, we do have some headwinds with regards to our loss of casino revenues. So those obviously would have been built into our assumptions for 2020, which are not likely to be realized. And again, probably, you know, we would have made an assumption for the purpose of the capital budget that 2021 would see $4 million or so of slots revenue, which is at this point looking unlikely as well. And so how that's actually going to play out in real time is for all of us to watch and see, I think.
The reason, thank you for that. The reason I ask is I have a real problem bringing forward a budget or an increase, and I know we're looking at an increase this year, that builds reserves at a time when people are struggling, when people are affected by COVID. And that's going to be a pretty tough one. So I know it might set back the long term, but I just don't know that that's the right thing to do in the time of a global pandemic. Your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on that would be that it's a challenge to replace them if we decrease them in a year. It's very difficult to put that money back in place. And we also have the double problem, right, that we're facing in Ajax with the eventual, you know, continuing decline of slots revenue. At the height of it, we were receiving over $8 million of revenue annually from slots. You know, for the next few years, we're forecasting maybe 4 million. You know, that is going to curtail our capital program already. So to further reduce that by reducing the town's own contributions, I think will definitely, you know, cause challenges down the road as we try to do maintenance on aging buildings, roofs. We have a lot of infrastructure that needs repairs. Our roads historically have been kept in excellent shape, but our municipality is relatively new. And so we're getting to the point now where that infrastructure is starting to be 20 and 30 years old. And while we've been able to enjoy not having to invest as much in that infrastructure, I think the asset management plan, as we see more information come from it, will reveal the level of investment that's going to be required both in buildings and in roads in particular. We have environmental challenges, washouts down at the waterfront that we're continually seeing, and we finance those from our reserves as well. So I think we have a lot of headwinds ahead of us, and we need to be prudent in balancing that. I understand the pressure on our tax base. I don't want to dismiss that in any way, but I do think that we have a lot of other challenges as well.
So if we're not successful with our phase 2 funding with the government, we'll have a deficit. How will that affect this year's budget?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, we're still investigating that. We feel that there's an opportunity with the library at this point that they are recognizing a surplus, that the surplus at the library would be able to, depending on the amount of the deficit, if there is a deficit, depending on what that looks like, that's something that we're investigating at this point.
Okay, and sorry, I'm getting off the FSP a little bit with that question, but under recommended actions, policy for the use of federal gas tax, agreed. A dedicated annual capital levy of 1%. So if we support the recommendations, does that mean we're implementing a 1% capital funding levy?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, no, that's not one of the recommendations we actually brought forward as part of this report, but we did bring it forward as something as a future action. And I believe that we've kind of identified it as an item that would be brought forward by staff as part of a budget process. Obviously, with the challenges of 2021 ahead of us, that wouldn't likely be something that we would bring forward or propose for 2021. But over time, if we do endeavor to replace the slots revenue, a strategy like that will likely become more urgent over time.
I tend to agree. Not now. So thank you for clarifying that. We did look at something like that, a stormwater levy a few years ago, and that didn't go ahead at the time either. I know some other councillors may want to speak to this. I've been careful not to speak to it, just ask questions. I will have a motion after. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Next, we have Regional Councillor Crawford. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the time that I've been on council, I have been telling residents that if we lose the slots, that doesn't mean that their taxes are going to increase. So can someone please explain why I've always been told this, why I've always been telling people this, and apparently I am now wrong? Second of all, when are we expecting Alexicon to be resuming with their dividends? Is there a time frame at all on that one? And also, I was very excited this term to find out that we were going to be searching out grants as non-taxable income for our budget, for our finances. I'd like to know, I guess, of course, COVID is blamed for everything, so I'm sure that has slowed down this year, but I would like to know where we have been, if we have been successful on any grants. And at some point, I'm sure this is probably completely off topic to what we're supposed to be talking about, but I would like to know how much we have received in grants since we've had our new hire. Thanks.
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford. With regards to the slots revenue, so we've been utilizing that external revenue source to help fund our capital program. If we don't, and I'm not sure who was mentioning that the tax rate would not change, but presumably you could take down your capital program and not increase the tax levy, or look for other non-tax revenue sources to help fund the capital program. So we currently do have federal gas tax money that comes in and it's utilized for capital. We do have synergies with other municipalities or the region. We do get some revenues from external contributions. We do have the grants coordinator now who is actively pursuing various types of grant funding, which we have been receiving on various things. So it will be a big hole to fill if we want to continue the level of service that we've had here in Ajax to maintain our, the paving of the roads and the upkeep in the parks and things like that. It will be a challenge to maintain that if council decides not to increase the tax, the budget allocation, and we don't get any other external revenues.
So thank you. And I realize that you have inherited this. I realize that this is, that you're new coming into this portfolio. So please don't take personally any of my aggression. Sometimes it just comes out. But again, that is exactly what we've said to residents, is that their taxes would not go up, but the capital projects would slow down. That is what we've always said. Right or wrong, that's what we've been saying. So as to Lexicon, do we know when they will begin to resume with their dividends?
I believe Mayor Collier has a board meeting this week coming up.
On Thursday.
So I'm not aware of, I haven't seen any correspondence myself personally at this point.
Okay, and then
And I'll be able to answer that question. I'll be able to answer that question on Thursday afternoon.
okay, thank you. The other thing would be, will we, I suppose this will be in the budget process, but will we be able to see a dollar figure on what we have received in grant money since I guess would have been probably the middle of last year?
Through the chair, yes, we can gather that information for you.
Through you, through you, Madam Chair. Staff are bringing forward a report on an update report on our grants in January with that information for you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, thanks. I agree with the mayor in that I don't believe that we should be raising our taxes just to refill our reserves. I think at this point, everyone's reserves are tapped out after this pandemic has pretty much dried up anybody's savings account at this point. And I would not want to have to think that we're reserving, we're going to be increasing taxes just for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Regional Councillor Crawford. And next we have Regional Councillor Lee. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to echo what the mayor was saying, and ultimately what I have been saying at these kind of meetings the past 2 years of we should be looking to diversifying our investments. We should be looking to more aggressive long-term investments. 2 years ago in 2018, I brought up Bitcoin and everyone kind of laughed saying, oh, Sterling, that's kind of a crazy idea. But if you look at Bitcoin in 2018, December to now, it's gone up 6 times in price. Now I get it. We're a municipality, we probably can't invest in, volatile things like Bitcoin, but I do think, to the mayor's point, we are leaving too much money on the table for these long-term investments that could be going to an ETF, could be going to, some more stable type stocks. And I brought this up to our current director of finance in a meeting in the fall. Could you repeat, because, I had said, are there examples of other municipalities who have done that? And you actually gave me the other side of it. And I was wondering if you could just share that analogy now.
Sure, through you, Chair, to Regional Councillor Lee. I can share from my past experience an investment program that I was in previous municipality where we actually recognize a loss in investment. So I'm a little hesitant to jump into some of these more aggressive investments without really understanding the impact. We are legislated through the government that, we're not allowed to invest in aggressive forms of investments. We do have a legal list that we are bound by. And now with this prudent investor, there are other opportunities, which, as I mentioned earlier, I am looking into, and we'll try to investigate further to see what opportunities are available for Ajax.
And I think one of the options you had mentioned was an investor board. I'm assuming that'd be like a citizen board that just would manage an investment portfolio on behalf of the town. Is that, in layman's term, what that would be?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee. So through the prudent investor that was brought forward about 1.5 years ago, they do identify an investment board or a joint investment board that municipalities need to participate in. So as Mayor Collier had identified, the region, I think, is participating through the One Investment, which is an arm of AMO. So this is one of the areas that I am investigating as well.
Great. Again, I wanted to reiterate the point, and I have no doubt finance is doing everything it can to ensure that we're being as financially prudent as possible. But there's an opportunity cost that we seem to be missing out on that is in the middle of not necessarily incredibly risky financial investments versus just the standard 1% that the mayor was alluding to. And I'm hoping we can find that middle. Thank you for your answering the question, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Regional Councillor Lee. I saw Regional Councillor Crawford put her hand back up, but before she speaks, I want to make sure that the other councillors who haven't had a chance do have some comments. Thank you. Go ahead, Regional Councillor Dyes.
Thank you. So I'm looking at discretionary reserves, and in there we list the environment, climate change, the impact of climate change, which we know is a growing concern It hit us pretty hard a couple of years ago on the waterfront trail, and we know that it's going to continue. So if we took it out of a reserve fund and then put it into an annual budget kind of thing, I don't know if that can be done or if that's what you would do, but wouldn't that just put a higher tax onto the property tax base?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, Regional Councillor Dys, I'm not sure I quite understand your question.
Okay, my question is, you got a reserve for environmental impacts, so catastrophes, intense storms, flooding, all of those kinds of things, which we know is going to increase, and we know we're pretty much seeing on an annual basis now, whether it was the Emerald Ash Borer or your trails washing out or the bridges washing out. There's always an impact. The stormwater pond flowing over on Rossland. There's always something. So my concern is, as a discretionary reserve doesn't get a huge amount of budget there. But then again, there was talk about for stormwater management, putting it on not within the budget but as a separate, can't think of the word, but as a separate levy. Thank you. So if we did that here, how much, like, what's the impact on the taxpayers? Because the reserves are sort of the money that comes back to us at the end of the year that was unspent, and it goes in there for maintenance and things like that. So if we took this out, and put it into, say, an annual budget, how much of an increase would that be?
So, through the chair to Regional Councillor Dys, I don't believe we have a environmental reserve. So I'm sorry, I'm still not quite sure.
It was in the discretionary reserve where they discussed.
What page is it, Regional Councillor Dys?
I'm looking. Sorry.
Are you speaking to the risk mitigation reserve?
I thought it was in the
If I may, through the chair to Regional Councillor Dys, I think what you're speaking to is where we're discussing the use of the stabilization and other reserves. And so we don't have a specifically designated reserve that we fund these types of items from.
Right.
But they would then come from either a capital contingency reserve, if there was not a specific reserve that was identified. If it was an operating item, like a smaller washout that wasn't deemed to be capital, it would be part of our budget surplus and deficit at the end of the year. We would go over budget and then see where we landed at year end. I can tell you that over the past number of years, we have been having to turn to our capital contingency reserve more often because of these types of emergency items, which is why that reserve, which used to be about 2.5 million, is now right now and committed around $400,000 or $500,000. So it would depend on how much of a provision for these type of items we were aiming to make in the budget. So if you wanted to provide $100,000, then obviously that would have its own impact, if that's what you're speaking to.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because I do have a real concern about the costs of these climate issues and how more frequent they are. I'm wondering, I guess part of it too is the fact that we look at levies or reserves as sort of unimportant frill. It's like we have extra money, so why aren't we giving it back? If we had to put this into find a spot on your annual operating budget for climate impact, I'm assuming it would be quite costly. So that's where I was going with this. Thank you. I know you can't answer that, but thank you.
Thank you, Regional Councillor Dys. Anybody else before Regional Councillor Crawford? Okay, go ahead, Regional Councillor Crawford, and then we'll have the mayor.
Thanks. I seem to recall Regional Councillor Lee and myself asking for a letter to go to the federal government to talk about more freedom with the federal gas tax. You recall that, Regional Councillor Lee. I'm curious if we ever received a response from that.
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford, no, I have not seen anything from AMO. AMO's the one that has our funding agreement, the funding agreement with the municipality. So we do have 17 eligible categories that we can utilize the funding for, but they are quite specific. I don't believe that the town, there are several of those 17 categories that are not applicable to the town of Ajax. So we are still pretty restricted in what we can utilize it for, but we have regular annual reporting that has to be done to AMO on the uses of those funds, and they're not very lenient as far as going outside of those requirements under the eligibility criteria in the agreement.
Which is, I believe, the reason why Regional Councillor Lee had the letter drawn up, because if we were able to have a bit more leniency with that, we would be able to put that money to probably better use, given the restrictions. Anyway, I was just, I think it's the second time I've asked about this. I'm just curious. So AMO is who we would be sending the letter to. Any chance we can nudge them on it?
Through the chair, I believe AMO's the one that we would send it through to as they administer it. I'm not sure that I'm in full agreement that we're not utilizing the funds how we should be, because we do have.
Sorry, I wasn't questioning how we're using it. We just wanted to be more, have more access to it, to use it in different areas.
Okay.
Anything else, Regional Councillor Crawford?
I was just hoping that we could nudge them again. If we've sent the letter and we haven't had a response, I would love for someone to do a follow-up on that. I don't know if that's just if somebody could just do that, or do you need to have direction to do that? I don't know.
Through you, Madam Chair, staff can follow up. We can absolutely do that.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Mayor Collier, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Ms. Valentin, I forgot to ask, is this time sensitive? Like, would this be detrimental if we had another month look at this and revisited it in the staff recommendations in January?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, no, nothing in here is time sensitive. There are policies that we feel administrative in as a matter to move forward. We'd like to solidify this to move forward into the next phase if possible. But if council needs more time to review the changes to these policies, we're happy to provide that.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I would like to, and I want to move a referral, and I want to speak to it too, but I don't know if that's allowed. But I would like to move that we refer this to the January GGC, please. I have a lot more questions, and I want to look at this in a lot more detail first before making the approval today. So that would be my motion, Madam Chair. I would like to speak to it, but I don't recall if our new policy allows that or not.
Mr. Clerk, I think it does, but please confirm that for us before we move forward.
Through you, Madam Chair, a motion to refer without any further direction or instructions is not debatable.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and I can't make any instructions right now. I want more time just to look at this. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion to refer this item until the January 2021 GGC meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so there's no discussion permitted, so we will just vote on that. All in favor of that? Is there any opposed? No, thank you, that's carried, so it will be referred until January's meeting. Thank you. Okay, what number was that? 4.2.
4.3.
Okay, so 4.4 now, please. Mayor Collier, you pulled that item to discuss. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I don't mean to make this a long meeting. I actually had looked back at the capital budget meeting. Thank you, Chair. I looked back at the capital budget meeting last year because this was, I think council will recall, I sent a long email out to everybody prior to that meeting. And this is one of the items, since we were also looking at the recreation plan at the time. But looking back at the minutes, we did not give any direction. So that was one of my questions that I answered myself. But just wondering going forward, we've got, shoot, where's my notes? There they are. We've got, and who wrote this? Mr. Jackson, are you on the line? Andrew, are you there? Or is this Mr. Meredith?
I am on the line.
Jackson should be on the line.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank
We
you.
can hear you. Thank you.
We've got now first of all, when is the TRCA going to start looking at the shoreline management type strategy? Has that started?
I'm not sure if I'm the best person to answer that question, but to the best of my knowledge, there has not been a process started yet, but there may have been a dialogue.
Just to follow up on that, sort of Mayor Collier, there are two items that are in the long range capital forecast for 2021 that the town is partnering with TRCA, doing a shoreline gap analysis that will lead to an eventual EA over the next year or two. So there have been ongoing discussions with TRCA. We will continue, and you will see a couple of projects in 2021 related to that.
Okay. I ask because I had a call with the Great Lakes and Lawrence Cities Initiative last week, a meeting with a number of the representatives, and there is a lot of talk going forward and a big push going to be coming about in the next federal election to look at our Great Lakes and look at our erosion and high water levels and all of these other things. And we've also just heard about, well, no surprise, the loss of slots revenues, the challenges to our capital budgets. And, we are really going to have to start looking at where we're going to spend the money and whether this needs to happen today or whether it can be deferred. So I guess that's my question. I know this was in the budget. I did ask about it last year. I don't remember the answer of why we didn't defer it, because we did defer a number of things. But is this something that needs to happen right now? We've just gone through the summer. We're in December. This won't be built till next year, obviously. So I guess given the challenges, is this something that needs to happen right now, or is this something that can be put off for a while?
Through the chair, to answer that question, we have to look at the existing conditions of the dynamics between the lake and the creek. This is a dynamic situation in that the environment is constantly changing. And each year with the higher water levels, we're seeing that change very clearly. This past spring, the water level was right up to the edge of the eastern terminus of the existing boardwalk bridge. There were sections of the trail that were undermined and collapsed, which made it very difficult. Now, it didn't technically close this year. However, in past years, we have had to close and rebuild sections of the trail. This trail section of the boardwalk, between the boardwalk and Rotary Park, is the last section of a waterfront trail. And in this location, the Great Trail, that is not paved, which creates some challenges. So annually, we're looking at challenges to keeping this trail open and the expense involved in doing so. So I don't think the problem is going to go away. It may get worse. And I think that one of the reasons why this project came forward was because of the issues that we've been having on an annual basis, mostly primarily in the spring when the water levels are high from both the lake and the creek. So we've been living with this, to answer your question, I suppose. We've been living with this for a while. We have repaired sections of the trail and repaired this section of the trail. And it could continue like that for a while. But at some point, it needs to be addressed. And that is the push behind this project, is that we need to address this concern.
Well, I guess, and I understand that. I guess what I'm asking is, I'd hate to spend the almost $1.3 million and then have it washed out.
Right.
So what sort of guarantee do we have that by spending this money that it's going to last, that it's not something we're going to put in and without knowing the other risks that are coming right now, it might be a throwaway?
So through the chair, to answer that, there was a concern with staff this past winter, spring, knowing what we knew at the time about the water levels and the changing dynamic of that east-west spit. We were concerned, and we went back to the consultant, asked them, please revisit this. We want to make sure that with the changing water levels, the 100-year storm, those levels have changed, that this extension will meet those needs and be secure for years. So we went through a subsequent process to ensure that this boardwalk would be safe and sound for many years. The design of this boardwalk is based on 84 helical piles, which are basically giant screws that go in the ground about 10, 15 meters, 30, 40 feet. They basically screw them in until they get to a certain torque. So whatever happens with the dynamics below the boardwalk, the soils or whatever, if they shift or ebb and flow, the boardwalk won't move. So it is a solid structure. It's engineered. It's designed to stay there for a very long time, such as the existing bridge that's there now.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's an important piece, because nobody wants to see us, especially with the budget challenges we're having, not put these dollars to best use. Even though it's gas tax, we don't know how much more gas tax we're going to get. One good thing that we have found out is that I understand the lake levels are lower. I understand the dam out in Cornwall has been kept open, and I understand that just recently the International Joint Commission has agreed to keep that open, which should really help with our high water level. So hopefully this won't be damaged and we won't have any more of that going forward. I'm prepared to move this if you don't have a mover already, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Andrew.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments? And I see Regional Councillor Dyes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to thank staff for working on this. This is a really, really important project, in my opinion, and not just funded by the taxpayers here in Ajax over time, but we've had grants from different, like the Waterfront Trail Foundation, all kinds of different organizations that see this as an important connection from Niagara Falls to Quebec. And it's really a big part of our tourism as well. It also serves a purpose, I know, for residents who work in neighboring municipalities. They do walk or ride winter and summer. So I just want to thank you for doing the work on this, and I'm looking forward to seeing it done. And I do believe that you've done your due diligence on ensuring that this abutment isn't on the sand anymore on a dynamic beach, but is actually on the shoreline where it can't move. So thank you so much, and I can't wait to see it go forward.
Thank you, Regional Councillor Dyes. Anybody else? Okay. Mayor Collier has moved the recommendations that we approve them from the report. So all in favor? Or anybody opposed? Okay. Thank you. That carries. And that is the end of the consent agenda today. We're going to move into section 5 now, which is the discussion. And we'll start with 5.1, capital pre-budget approval 2021 with Director Meredith and the gang. Please go ahead.
Just with respect to the, I guess, the pre-budget approval, this was something that we coordinated as one report between 3 departments, and it's something based on the timing for the approval of the capital budget in 2021 that we've moved forward and we've advanced. But a recommendation for specific projects requiring pre-budget approval. Most of them are time sensitive as it relates to securing contractors, as it relates to ensuring that we get best prices, and that we're coordinating it from a project management perspective to deliver the projects in 2021. So I believe each of the departments are on the call. So if there are any questions specific to any of the projects, that we're able to answer those.
Thank you, Director Meredith. Does anyone have any questions? Wow. Oh, Regional Councillor Lee, please go ahead.
Not so much a question, just going forward, if town staff could start listing out projects by ward, that would be appreciated as well. Just for the sake of the residents that do read these reports, they can just kind of quickly scan to see if like the work that we're talking about affects them in their direct ward. So that's just a personal ask, if possible.
Yep, comment taken, and something that we will reflect in future reports.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, there are 5 recommendations in this report. Could I please have a mover? Regional Councillor Lee. And all in favor? Any opposed? I don't see the mayor, but I'm guessing he had his hand up. And anyway, it carries. So thank you. Thank you very much for that. And section 5.2, please. The Ajax Pickering Hospital, Lakeridge Health Long-Term Care Facility and Construction Office Development Charge Agreements. From Director Romanowski, please go ahead.
Through the chair to council, staff, myself and Sean McCulloch are on the line, and if there's any questions that council has with regards to this item, I think it's pretty straightforward, or as straightforward as we could, put it in the report for something that may sound a little confusing, where someone's asking for an extension to defer it, or however it's put in the report, but we're here to answer any questions that council may have on this item.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this item? Thank you, Regional Councillor Crawford. Go ahead.
I hope I didn't miss this in the report, first of all. What does this cost us?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Regional Councillor Crawford. At the end of the day, this does not cost the town anything. Once this is all said and done, the town will be still collecting development charges for the long-term care facility in their entirety. And the development charges related to the construction office would be temporarily paid and then credited towards the long-term care facility. So it doesn't cost the town anything. It's just shifting how and the timing for when these are all paid.
Excellent. That is a very good answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Regional Councillor Crawford. Anybody else have any comments or questions? Okay, in that case, there are none. Can I have a mover for the recommendations of the report, please? Councillor Khan. All in favor? Any opposed? None? Okay, great. That's carried. Thank you very much for that. Let's skip a couple items on the presentation list because we've already had them. So we'll go to 6.3, please. The Ajax Visual Identity Update. CAO Baker, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, Rachel Wraith, Manager of Corporate Communications, will be presenting this.
Awesome. Go ahead, please, Ms. Wraith.
Are you on mute?
Yeah, we don't hear anything.
I just got, through you, Madam Chair, I just got where she's lost connection, so I'm assuming she's trying to get back. Give her, if we can give her a second.
Sure.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Council. Corporate Communications, represented by myself and David Ramazar, our corporate graphic designer, are pleased to provide Council with an information update regarding the town's visual identity program. As part of the 2018-2022 strategic plan under the Connecting Our Community pillar, the following goal was identified for 2020. Update our visual identity program to modernize our brand and design elements. A strong and consistent visual identity made up of communications of strategic messages and strong graphic presentation is a necessary element for all communications coming from the town of Ajax. To begin this process, in January of 2020, in commemoration of our 65th anniversary, the town introduced the Ajax 65 identifier. The identifier reflects a modern color palette, typeface, and aesthetic that is reflective of who Ajax is today, while still incorporating traditional elements reflective of our proud naval history and location as a lakeshore community. And I'm just going to pass it over to David Ramazar, who should be on the line as well, just to present the next few slides.
Thank you, Rachel. To increase awareness of our 65th anniversary and to ensure a consistent rollout of the identifier, all corporate digital assets were updated with the refreshed identifier, including ajax.ca, our public engagement platform, In My Opinion Hub, corporate social media accounts such as Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, our mobile reporting app, AppJax, all live broadcasts, which include council and committee meetings, At Home with Ajax Council Series, Live with the Mayor, Music in the Square, Merry and Bright, etc. Our videos, approximately 150 featured the Ajax 65 identifier, and the weekly community page in the Ajax News Advertiser and DurhamRegion.com. In addition to the identifier being featured on our popular communications and online channels, we use the opportunity to introduce refreshed designs for several digital graphics and print materials, including public notices, ward meeting promotions, and newly launched council newsletters, Inside Ajax, which is our weekly e-news, social media assets, including static graphics, animated videos, and public service announcements to support corporate, departmental, and council initiatives. In total, the identifier has appeared on approximately 1,200 communications assets. Our ongoing COVID-19 Ajax public awareness campaign has also featured our Ajax 65 identifier, including all online and print communications, C19 council funding, specialty resource guides for seniors, public service announcements, our Stronger Together banners along the Harwood Avenue ceremonial route, facility signage, and amenity health and safety guidelines.
And David's just going to turn it back over to myself. So throughout 2020, we have had the opportunity to seamlessly integrate and build community recognition and awareness of our Ajax 65 identifier. And this has been across all of our communications channels. Ajax 65 has become a recognizable and identifiable with the town of Ajax. For the remainder of the term, we would like to strategically leverage the success of the Ajax 65 identifier and continue to develop our corporate visual identity program by removing the 65. Starting in January 2021, we will introduce the Ajax identifier across our external and internal communications print and digital channels. All work is being done in-house and leveraging the town's existing creative services resources. Moving forward, we will replace the old logo with the Ajax identifier on all promotional print and digital materials. In addition, key initiatives being undertaken in 2021 include refreshed Ajax Today to be distributed to homeowners in winter of 2021, corporate clothing, which will include engagement and feedback opportunities from staff and council, updating internal corporate templates and documents, and updating our TOA visual identity manual and guidelines. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, and we are happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation, David and Rachel. Who has a question or a comment? Nobody. There we go. Councillor Khan, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wraith. So are we replacing the 4 white letters with our logo? The Ajax, Town of Ajax logo?
Yes, so through the chair and to Councillor Khan, what we'll be doing is refreshing all of our internal communications and external communications products. So everything that you see online where we see Ajax 65 right now, we'll be replacing with Ajax. And then moving forward, we won't be using the old logo. We'll just be continuing to utilize the Ajax logo.
The old logo meaning the swooshes, the orange and red swooshes under the blue Ajax, correct? That's not going to be used anymore. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, through the chair, you are correct, Councillor Khan. When appropriate, we'll be updating our pieces and signage with the new logo.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Mayor Collier, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Ms. Wraith. I'm just looking at the agenda, and I don't see any recommendation, just a verbal report. So do we vote on this, or what's the procedure? Is this just done and we don't have any say on it? Can you clarify, please?
Yes, through the chair, thank you, Mayor Collier. So yeah, we were coming today to provide this information update to council and to continue with our visual identity program as outlined in the council strategic plan. So we are hoping to continue to be able to roll this out and to kind of keep the momentum going from Ajax 65 and continue with this Ajax identifier as we move through the rest of the term.
What are the advantages of changing this going forward? Because I kind of like the logo and the Ajax written in the Town of Ajax below. If I'm looking at, I'm just trying to, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but if I'm not from Ajax and I see me wearing this shirt that just says Ajax on it, it doesn't, I don't know that they'll know what that means, versus where it says the Town of Ajax on it. I think that's pretty clear what it means. So what would be the advantage of just going to such a single word?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Collier, that's an excellent point. And something else that we have really been promoting this year is TOA and Town of Ajax in all of our promotional and communications materials. So I think that feedback that you're providing there specifically around the clothing is so important, and what we'll be looking for as we embark on updating our corporate clothing and the appropriate way in terms of we want to present that.
My other question is, I mean, we've just been criticized for having to purchase masks publicly. And I'd hate to be criticized for updating clothing because we changed the logo. How is that going to work?
Yep. So through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Collier, our corporate clothing contract is now being up for renewal in the new year. So we saw this as a strategic opportunity to leverage that in introducing new corporate clothing, which we haven't done in several years. And there's definitely new styles and the different way in terms of how the town is represented now that we want to be reflective in the way we're represented in our corporate clothing.
Okay, so after today, we're not giving any direction. This is just going ahead. Is this going to come back to council at all after input from us today, or is
Absolutely, Mayor Collier. I'm happy to come back with an update in the new year when appropriate.
Okay, I'd like to hear from some of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Anybody else? Regional Councillor Dyes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So some of us go way back to when we had many, many different logos. Ajax by the lake, there was one by the sailboat, there was all kinds of different ones. And there's a corporate one. So we understood we needed to bring it together and have something more consistent, which I think you've done a really good job at. I hate to think we're reduced to an acronym, TOA, which is one letter away from spelling Ajax, really. It's 4 letters and you're going to reduce it to 3 letters. I don't know how I feel about that because, again, every organization, committee you sit on has different acronyms and nobody really knows them all because they're specific to, a specific area sometimes. So I hesitate about that. I know it's the thing right now, but I don't know who's going to know what TOA is. And I think really it's not as accessible for everybody. I think it's simpler to have the name on. And I do think you've done a really good job as it is now. So I guess my question is, why is there a preference to go to TOA?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Dyes, thank you very much for your feedback. What I will do and I commit to do further to Mayor Collier's point is I will come back with our visual identity manual to council for approval, which will take into account all of this feedback regarding the identifier, the acronyms, and how we will be using them moving forward. So I very much do appreciate that feedback around TOA and everything else that I've heard from council and look forward to coming back with the manual for approval and comment.
So how long have we had this logo?
Sorry, through the chair to Regional Councillor Dyes, the Ajax 65 or the original Ajax by the lake?
Well, the Ajax 65 obviously came out for this year, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So, but we've used that Ajax specific text for a while now, have we not?
We have used a more updated modern font, which is utilized there with Ajax 65, but we haven't, the first time that it was introduced was as part of Ajax 65, where we're using it consistently on all of our communications materials.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Regional Councillor Dyes. Anybody else have any comments? Go ahead, Regional Councillor Lee.
So yes, I think at the capital budget of last year, there was a line item for a corporate rebranding. And then I think it was the mayor and I who ultimately bumped it to 2024. Because a lot of the comments were some of the people are making now are very much valid now. Just like in terms of all the priorities, the financial priorities that this town has. And I know this isn't actually that full discussion, but isn't this just a roundabout way of rebranding the town? Sorry, do you know what I'm saying? Like, isn't this just the rebranding that we pushed to 2024?
Through the chair and to Regional Councillor Lee. So we did start this work this year through Ajax 65 and with all the communications pieces that we've updated. So we want to be able to package and continue that momentum as we move through the remainder of the term with these refreshed looks and look and feel of all of our pieces. And then the corporate rebrand that was pushed out for 2024 would be obviously a lot more comprehensive, and there's a lot more that's involved into it. But this is a no-cost opportunity for us to continue with this modernization of our brand, of our visual identity, and continue that momentum to see where we're at come 2024 and what work would be required then.
Okay, so I mean, like, as long as it's just staff time that's being used, I understand that, like it is a modern, logo. I think Envision Durham or Durham Tourism did a very similar thing, and so I just listen. At the end of the day, I'm someone who very, very little aesthetic in terms of his personal life or professional life. I just think there's more important things to focus our time and resources on. But to your point, this didn't actually use a lot of time and resources, so I get that. But to the mayor's comment of clothing, and to Councillor Dye or Regional Councillor Dyes' comment of using TOA, I don't know. I prefer like a timeless logo as opposed to an of the moment logo. And I do agree with TOA. It's no different than companies that put a hashtag in front of their name, thinking it's just like trendy, right? Like I just want to make sure, like again, I like a classic logo that kind of like goes past the zeitgeist. And so that's my only that's my not even criticism, my only feedback to this. After that, I there's not much more input I'd like to give. So thank you for you and David for the logo.
Thank you,
Thank
Councillor.
you, Thanks, Regional Councillor Lee. Councillor Tyler Moran, go ahead, please.
Hi, at the risk of getting way too detailed here, just quickly. So my understanding was when staff came to us, as Regional Councillor Lee just alluded to, with a fairly rich sort of fat budget to redo the logo for the 65th anniversary, we said, let's just go with what we have, and it wouldn't cost us anything. And then internally, I think you came up with the current Ajax 65 logo, which was kind of good. It worked across our social media, but none of us went out and got new clothing that said Ajax 65 on it. So again, there was no cost. So now it looks like you just simply, obviously in 2021, you can't use Ajax 65 anymore because we'll be 66. So you would just remove the 65, maybe freshen up things on social media and just keep going from there. The corporate clothing, that's a deeper dive. That's more expensive. I don't know if we can address it or do it the same way we did for when you did the Ajax 65. Just kind of stick with what we have. And like you say, getting ready for a big anniversary, the 70th. I don't know if that's a comment or a question, but those are my thoughts. Maybe we can just simplify this whole thing, but I don't mind that you freshen things up here and there, but as far as redoing all our corporate clothing. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair and to Councillor Tyler Moran, thank you for your comments and for your questions. In terms of clothing, we'll be doing that as an ongoing as needed basis, just like we do with all of our regular corporate clothing orders for staff and for council. So everything will be on an as needed basis. And again, there will be ample opportunity for feedback and engagement with both staff and council on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thanks for your comment, Councillor Tyler Moran. Is there anything else or any other comment? Okay, thank you. So good discussion here, actually. And I do like the Ajax 65, I like that logo. I also like it, the way you've designed going forward to remove it. And I think I echo everyone. My concern would be if we do that, I don't want to see that we're going to tell everyone we're not replacing all of our corporate clothing in order to get the new stuff. So that would be my, as an ongoing as needed basis is different. But for sure, I'm looking forward to seeing what you come back to us with, Rachel, with the guide that you mentioned. And thank you for this.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, we'll move on to item 6.4, which is the Bridge Rehabilitation Bank Stabilization Project Scope Change and Trans-Canada Trail, Church Street and Highway 401 Contract Award, which has Director Meredith there and Randall Fernando. Please go ahead.
I think Reniel Fernando will probably lead the.
Yep. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to set up my presentation.
Thank you for that.
Through the chair, good afternoon, everyone. On January 11th, 2020, a severe weather event eroded the south abutment of the Trans-Canada Trail pedestrian bridge 1003 and also washed out a portion of the Church Street Trail south of the 401. Staff have engaged TRC to develop a solution for both locations. Today, I'll be presenting those solutions to address the issues at Bridge 1003 and the Church Street Trail washout. Bridge 1003 is a part of the Trans-Canada Trail and provides a crossing point at Duffins Creek. It is located north of Kingston Road and west of Elizabeth Street. The trail can be accessed from Kingston Road through here or from Elizabeth Street through here. Severe weather event in January 2020 caused significant erosion along the north and south embankments and exposed the south abutment. The trail was separated from the bridge structure, and to mitigate public risk, the trail was closed off. Since that time, town staff have conducted a number of meetings with the TRCA to discuss alternatives to protect the infrastructure from future such weather events. TRCA provided 3 options that range in cost and complexity. Option 1 is to abandon the existing trail alignment. This option will include the removal of the bridge and abandoning the trail. The trail spurs can be decommissioned and converted into lookout points. The trail can then be shifted to Elizabeth Street, utilizing the existing sidewalks, and implement share the road pavement markings for the cyclists. The total length of the detour would be approximately 500 meters along Elizabeth Street. The cost of this is approximately $65,000. The option 2 is to stabilize the embankment and retain the structure in its current location. This option is to implement long-term bank stabilization using a combination of vegetation and other materials, and to develop an armor stone wing wall to protect the south abutment from future events. That would be here. TRCA will complete the work in 2 phases. The first phase will include detailed design and approvals, and the second phase is implementation. The cost of this option is approximately $900,000. The potential risk with this option is bank migration and erosion over time. Option 3 is to relocate the existing bridge structure to a more stable section of Duffins Creek. Currently, the bridge is at a meander, and the recommendation is to move the bridge from its current location to a straight segment of the Duffins Creek, which is about here. This would require structural and geotechnical engineering studies and associated approvals and permits from various agencies to construct the new abutments and the approaches. Similar to the other options, the TRCA will complete the work in 2 phases. The first phase will include detailed design, and the second phase is implementation. The cost of this option is approximately $1.5 million. Since the relocation is on a straight portion of Duffins Creek, the risk of erosion and bank migration is minimal. I will now talk about the Church Street Trail washout. The Church Street Trail is located south of Highway 401, adjacent to Church Street along the Duffins Creek. This trail is also a part of the Trans-Canada Trail system. The same weather event in January 2020 washed out an approximately 15 meters of paved trail segment adjacent to Duffins Creek, which is here. And if you look at the aerial view, it's somewhere along this line here. To mitigate public risk, the trail was closed off by town staff. Town staff have met with TRCA to develop a solution that will provide stability to this section of trail, as there's a very high frequency of flooding in this area. TRCA's solution includes rebuilding the trail in its existing location and key in the asphalt paving up to 500 millimeters below grade. So this is the existing ground. The paving will happen along the edges of the trail, 500 millimeters below the existing grade. And this will provide a solid edge and prevent undercutting. Due to the grade variance and the proximity of the adjacent properties, the option of moving the trail away from the embankment is not available. In addition, TRCA proposed to use an erosion control treatment as a permeable solution, as a permanent solution to the east edge of the trail, which is on this side, to prevent further loss of material and potential undercutting of the trail base during a flood event. This solution has been implemented by TRC in other regions with a high degree of success. The design and construction cost of this solution is approximately $100,000. The detailed design can commence in January 2021 and implementation in the summer of 2021. Staff recommendations. For the Trans-Canada Trail Bridge 1003, staff recommends proceeding with option 1 through a SCAR to the TRC as a single source award, and then continue to explore options 2 and options 3 as outlined in this presentation, including potential funding sources as a long-term sustainable solution. For the Church Street Trail washout, staff recommends that TRC be awarded the contract for the repairs of the Trans-Canada Trail washout at Church Street and Highway 401, as outlined in this presentation, as a single source purchase. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Fernando. Thank you for the presentation. Yes, I see Councillor Tyler Moran had his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Fernando, for your presentation. The people that use the trail they love the trail. They use it all the time. We get emails if they're not running perfectly. So the option of bridge number 1003 at $65,000, and then $100,000 for the Church Street Bridge. So for $165,000, it's still a lot of money, but it's drastically less than, it's just a fraction of what it would cost to do anything else. So if we can do both of those, would they be done at the same time so that they would both land to be finished in the summer? Or is it, if they both, do you plan on doing them both? And my other question is, whatever we end up doing, hopefully it's these ones, it seems like the most reasonable way to go, that the public knows, and all the signage probably already thought of that, but even within our social media and that, letting everybody know that the trails have been addressed and they're safe and ready to go. I also don't like the word closed. I'd rather say temporarily, or detour for now, because I never want residents to think that our trails are closed. But anyways, I'll let you comment on that. Once again, thank you for your presentation, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Moran. Yes, we're planning to award, if council approves it, we're planning to approve option 1 as well as the Church Street repair, early in January, so we can both have them completed around the same time in the summer. In terms of option 1, the thought is to have this as an interim solution until we can kind of explore the option 2 and 3, which are quite costly, and thinking about how we want to approach this, and as well as finding a sustainable solution to this, as opposed to going back again another 10 years, another 5 years to redo this, right? So what we are asking for is to continue with option 1, kind of put the signs up for a detour of the trail for now, convert those spur trail, the trail segments to like an outlook point here, and use Elizabeth Street for now, and then depending on how we can explore the next 2 options, we can come back to council with a more sort of permanent solution. Church Street, Church Street needs to be repaired as soon as possible, because that's been down for quite some time now, and people are still using it, even though we've put sort of barriers in the way. So we'd like to get that sort of fixed as quickly as possible, but also looking at a long-term solution as opposed to quickly patching it up. We want to make sure that it doesn't happen again in the future. Thank you.
That's everything, Councillor Tyler Moran. Good, thank you very much. Thanks for that. The next hand I saw was Regional Councillor Crawford. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Renelle, for this report. This is, we get emails on this all the time, calls, everything. This is a very loved trail for sure. Can you tell me at what point does the trail come out to Elizabeth?
So, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Crawford, to Elizabeth, it'll be this spur here.
Yeah.
And I believe the intersection, I think this intersection here is Kearney. Let me just double check. Yeah, so this is Kearney Drive here. So it's just north of Kearney Drive is where the trail enters into Elizabeth Street.
Is that is that off of Annie? I'm just trying to see how much trail is going to be taken, kind of how much is going to be detoured. Sorry, my brain.
Sorry, through the chair. This is Annie Crescent here. I don't know if you can see my
Right. Yeah,
cursor
yeah.
or not, but this is Annie Street here. So this, I mean, there's a trail segment that comes onto Annie through here, which can connect back to Elizabeth through here.
So it's just that there's no road there, right? So it's not coming out to a road. Kearney's on the other side. So that's why I'm trying to understand how that trail comes out to Elizabeth.
I believe there's an access point in between the houses here onto Elizabeth Street through here. There's a trail access point here on Elizabeth Street.
Okay. Okay. I mean, there's no possible way we could justify anything more than $65,000 in this current budget. That is for sure. And as long, my concern is when something is taken away, I worry that it's never going to come back. I worry that if we really are going to look at other solutions and this is a short-term fix, I'm okay with that. I'm just worried that we won't come back to this.
Through the chair, thank you for that comment. I mean, I worry about that as well, and that's why we're gonna, pursue option 2 and 3 through next year, and come up with some sort of a long-term sustainable solution that we can come back to council with at some point in time and present it, to go ahead.
It would be nice if the bike lanes, once they're on Elizabeth, were protected. Elizabeth has become more and more busy. As we know, it's on the road calming list of things to be looking at. So it would be nice if we have to put the bike lanes, and I do realize there's bike lanes on Elizabeth, but it would be nice if that was, because that area is fairly busy. Anyway, that's just a side note. Thank you.
No, thank you for that comment. We're going to engage our transportation group to come up with a solution, to protect the cyclists and the pedestrians through this as an interim solution. Thank you for that.
Bernal, I don't think there's any sidewalks on that section either, on that side, right?
No, so there's a sidewalk, can you see the green line through here?
Yeah.
That's a sidewalk. So there's a sidewalk through here.
On the other side though?
And no, so on the, I guess you could call this the south side. And then it does cross over to the other side at Kearney. So we do have to do some kind of intersection pavement markings through here to get people across to the other side. So the sidewalk doesn't continue all the way down.
No.
It stops at this green line here and then continues on the opposite side all the way down.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll
All right.
do some pavement markings to make it safe and everything for pedestrians and cyclists and so on.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Great, thank you very much. Next is Councillor Khan. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Randall, Mr. Fernando. Listen, most of my questions have been answered by local councillor, or been asked by local councillor Tyler Moore and regional councillor Crawford. But I did have a look at this area during my fishing expedition with my sons over the summer, and it's downright scary. And all I can see is liability written all over that. So, I commend you guys on finding a reasonable or somewhat affordable option in option 1, and hopefully you get it. But Ranil, if you do commence with option 1 and you get that approval, how soon do you plan on starting with that project for the repairs?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Khan. I'd like to start as soon as possible because as soon as we get approval to go ahead, I'd like to begin that process. We've already engaged TRCA to get these options in place. So, it's just a matter of us, engaging them and signing a contract with them to an agreement with them to go ahead and begin the design work.
Okay. Are they going to finance part of that?
Unfortunately, Councillor Khan, no. The town's going to be the financing the entire thing.
I understand. Thank you, Ranil. This is good work. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Mayor Collier, please go ahead and ask your questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Fernando. Can you just go back a couple of pictures to the option 1 of what it looks like today, the bridge with the ground missing before there?
Oh,
so I assume the bridge is self-supporting. It's on a proper foundation there. Through
the chair, yes, it is, Mayor Collier. It is on a foundation, but we haven't done any structural assessments on any of this right now because we haven't really done any work up to now. All we've done is, since this happened in January, we've looked at different options to fix it and we've closed it off. So as it is now, there's a separation between the trail and the bridge itself, as you can see. It is sitting on a foundation, but we don't know, in terms of structural damage or integrity of the foundation, we don't know where it is right now. So, it's a liability issue to let people walk across it, basically.
Okay, well, that's fine, but let's be honest, it's been 11 months. So, I mean, it's not, I don't think the highest priority if it's taken 11 months to get to this stage. I'm just wondering though, why we wouldn't have looked at, like, that bridge probably cost, I don't know what that would have cost, probably close to $1 million to put in. So I'm wondering, why would we be so quick to just close it off and look at putting another bridge in another area, rather than looking at ways to reinforce the bank, kind of like what you had at the church and 401 area?
So
it would probably be more money, granted, but overall, I would think it might be, if you've got to go through environmental, I think I saw something of a $1.5 million cost to relocate it to the other area on option 3. Sorry, where was there? $1.5 million for option 3. I think I'd rather look more at how can we stabilize, is there an option to stabilize the bank and make it work in its current position through some type of, is the TRCA open to looking at that, first of all?
Through the chair, Mayor Collier, yeah, the option number 2 is exactly that. So option number 2 is looking at ways of keeping the bridge in place and addressing the embankment issues and so on. So that's the cost for $900,000 is the cost approximately for that option. So we've engaged TRCA for both options. Option 3 is the one where we end up taking the existing bridge and trying using the existing bridge and moving into a straight segment. And the reason why we thought of that option is because of no matter what we do with the bank, and no matter how much we stabilize the bank, there's still the potential of erosion over time because of the high velocity of water and how it cuts the bank on one side and kind of moves the material to another side. It just washes it out.
But that bridge has been there not very long. When was that bridge installed?
I think it was early, probably 2013 or.
Yeah, it hasn't been there very long. It's definitely been there in my tenure. And I mean, I think we probably should have examined that pretty closely then. I mean, we've talked earlier about pressures on our capital budget, and this is a very heavily used trail section. I'm not the local councillor, but I've got my share of complaints about people that it's been closed all year. So to take it away after making this significant investment, I don't really want to do unless there's no other choice. And I definitely don't want to spend $1.5 million moving it. I didn't realize actually the 900,000 was for that actual section. Is there not any other way or that this can be done? I have to assume that the foundation that was put in under the bridge is not affected after 7 years.
Through the chair, Mayor Collier, like I said, it's difficult. We haven't done any assessments on the structural assessments on the foundation itself. So, like you said, it has been there since January, since we closed the bridge, and it hasn't moved. But we haven't done any structural assessments on this. So, I mean, we could look at doing a structural assessment to see the condition of the foundation and see if we can, temporarily maintain it and keep it open until we come up with a more permanent solution. I mean, that's one of the options we can consider, but there's maintenance costs involved with that because that portion of the bridge where the trail is separated from the bridge will have to be maintained over that time to make sure it's safe for pedestrians. I mean, the whole reason that we thought about taking that bridge away from its current location is because as it is now, people are crossing it. They're putting, various things across the bridge and they're crossing it. So it becomes a liability issue. So to prevent that from happening, we thought we'll just remove the bridge, either keep it on site or transport it to, somewhere, operations yard or somewhere, and then look at a more permanent solution. But, we can look at other options where, we can do an assessment structurally and see if we can, leave the bridge as it is, fix repair the separation and keep maintaining until we come up with a permanent solution.
Well, I mean, you've come up with a cost, estimated design and construction costs. How could you come up with the 900,000 costs if you haven't examined the foundation yet? Because that's the most important piece, I think. I'm not an engineer, but I think that's the most important piece.
Through the chair, Mayor Collier, the estimate was provided to us through TRCA. So they looked at, they did an assessment. They looked at, how much it would cost to do the embankment repair work, leaving the bridge in place. That repair work and the design portion of it will also include a structural assessment. So it's all sort of in one package. And that's the cost is approximately 900,000 for that. Right.
I'm not sure what to say about this. I mean, it is a very important piece of infrastructure. I mean, we're going to be seeing more and more of this. We just earlier in this meeting approved almost, 1.277 million for a fix down at Rotary Park for a boardwalk for an area that's washed out. I mean, we don't have the money to keep spending almost $1 million a pop to keep fixing these things each time we get some erosion. What is the long-term solution other than not building bridges and things by the water?
Through the chair, to Mayor Collier, I mean, it's a really good question. I mean, the long-term solution is to make sure that whatever we build in this location or any other location is not affected by the climate change, right? The option 2 and option 3 are the options we're looking at as a long-term solution, right? So, the option 1 is just an interim solution just to keep the trail sort of operational until we can get those looked at properly to see which one is, more sustainable and which one will last the longest without any sort of erosion in the future.
I would rather see the foundation investigation work be done first, just because, spending 60-odd thousand to take the bridge away, if only to put it back because the foundation is fine and unaffected, I don't think is the right way to go. That becomes a throwaway cost. Versus if we look at it and do the examination and make sure the foundation is or is not compromised. If it's not compromised, then it's a matter of fixing the bank. I would think the cost would be quite a bit lower. Would you agree?
Through the chair, I don't have the information on how much it'll cost to do a structural assessment, but yes, it'll be much cheaper than $900,000 to do a structural assessment at this point in time to determine whether it's safe to repair the separation of the trail and have it operational. In terms of the embankment work and all the stabilization work that the TRCA wants to do, the cost estimate that was provided to us through them is the 900,000. They gave us a detailed cost breakdown on how much it'll cost to do that as a permanent solution. But I don't have the cost to do a structural assessment, right? I don't have that information on me because we never did that.
Can you give me a ballpark of what a structural assessment would cost and how long it would take?
As an estimate, I would think it would cost less than 100,000 for sure. It'll have to be. Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
Can I just chime in for a minute? So, Mayor Collier, what we will do, and I agree that we will do and complete a structural assessment of the foundation and the slab and the supports. We'll be able to do that within the budget that's been allocated, sort of within the staff report. What my hope and intent really for this year is to work with TRCA, looking at option 2, option 3, coming up with a viable solution that makes sense. We understand the financial pressures and the comments that council have made to date. What we will also be doing, and I've been working with Cassandra Cruciano. As you know, earlier in the year, we had approached the Trans-Canada Trail about potential funding opportunities. And at that time, you know, there was, I believe, approval for about $75,000 to put towards the project, but that was before the entire scope of the project was understood. Discussions that I've had with staff is that we will be going back at the intake time in 2021 to pursue additional funding through the Trans-Canada Trail that would contribute towards this project. So my hope is that there is some money and some funding opportunities out there that we can take advantage of, that we'll pursue in the spring of 2021. At the same time, we do the assessment of the foundation and we work with TRCA on options 2 and 3, but at the same time implementing option 1 so that we're communicating to residents sort of the flow of pedestrian and cycling traffic. So I've heard all the comments, understand the concerns, and really where we're at is looking at the options in greater detail in the first half of 2021 so that we've got a clearer picture with a longer term solution.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Meredith. Going back to the Church 401 option, Mr. Fernando, you said you couldn't relocate the trail, but I'm wondering now, given that I know there was a piece that was in the official plan PE, but now that it's all going to be environmentally protected in that area, does that change the option of realigning the trail to take it further away from Bank?
Through the chair, that I haven't really discussed that with the TRCA. They haven't really advised me of that. The only option that they provided was the option 3 of relocating, but they didn't talk about any environmental constraints with that at this time.
Because that only changed last Monday, so this is new information. That the entire piece would be now falling under EP. So given that, I think before we sink 100 grand into fixing that current piece, I think I'd like to revisit the realignment option. I think especially given now going into the winter, I don't think it's going to be that well used. I think we have a bit of time till the spring, because this work wouldn't happen till the spring anyway, would it?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Would it be a problem just to have that revisited and report back?
Through the chair, to Malika, no, not at all. We can reassess it and report back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Meredith, Mr. Fernando, and Chair Bauer. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Moving along, we have Regional Councillor Dyes.
Thank you. Some of my concerns have been answered, particularly with the bridge in the village, which is on a bend. And I think that's why you're looking at possibly relocating, because with the intense storms we've had, and particularly with the meltdowns that, a couple of years ago happened in March, we had a huge amount of water coming down these creeks. So I guess, Renil, I'm wondering if part of what you would look at in staying in this location, would that be a longer span to the bridge to sort of come out of that area where you might get flooding on the bend?
Through the chair, the option 2 of having the bridge in its current location and looking at stabilizing the embankments, we didn't really think about sort of extending the bridge. We were going to use the same bridge in its current location and fix the embankments and the foundations and all that.
So if there's I guess working with TRCA then going forward, I think there's a concern that it may recur, the flooding may recur, and the environment always wins. So I'm just curious if working with them, that's one thing that you could ask them, if that's one of the options.
Through the chair.
Go ahead. Sorry.
That's a really good comment. I can definitely ask them that question and see what they think about that. I mean that'll be.
I know.
I don't know if you can reuse the existing bridge for something like that. You might have to.
I don't think you could.
We'll have to have the discussion with TRCA to see what they recommend with that option. But it is a good option for sure.
I mean, that way you don't have to reconnect trails, build new trails, but either way, it's not easy. The other question I have about the bridge on Church Street. So am I missing something? Because if I come down the trail, down the hill, I'm going north and over the bridge, and then I come out where you go underneath the big bridge of 401.
That's correct. Yeah.
So at that point, you can either cross Church or you can keep going up Church Street. Where does it connect? So the trail, yeah.
So through the chair, so the red line that you see here is the trail. So it comes and it goes under the 401 and over and underneath the CN rails.
And then goes up behind the apartment buildings. So I guess what I'm saying is I have to come out from underneath the bridge onto Church Street and cross at the lights, correct?
When it comes just south of the Mill Street, you come out just south of Mill Street
That's correct.
at the pedestrian crossing there.
That's right. So I cross the street at those little pedestrian lights and go in. Okay. So what is the function of the bridge? I mean, why couldn't you not have the trail just go straight along Church until you connect at Mill?
Through the chair, I'm not fully understanding.
Why is the bridge there? Just for me to go over and come back up on Church?
This bridge here?
The one that washed out and that goes over the Duffins Creek. Yep, that's it. I'm looking at a different angle. It's the one that goes up and down for the ice flow.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering why it's there if it's only for a very short connection on the trail.
Regional Councillor Dyes, I don't believe if you continued north on Church Street that you would be able to continue in a safe manner. I think when we did the design along Church Street for the 3-meter trail, there was a requirement to cross the creek and place the bridge in order to safely sort of move pedestrians and cyclists further north.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So
it's like physically constrained, right? Like so.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You're saying it's constrained.
Correct, because you've got it's a rural cross section, right? So Church Street is, so when you're coming there, it's got, you know, very limited shoulder, and you've got the concrete abutments for the 401 and the bridge structure that you don't have the room to develop safely a pedestrian connection on road.
Okay, so the damage that was done, it's pretty close to the bridge. So are you going to have to move the trail away from that, or how are you going to protect that bridge from any further damage? I'm not quite sure how you would do that.
Through the chair, if I may, the damage on the trail is close to the bridge, but it doesn't affect the bridge at all. It's more along the paved section of trail is where the damage has happened. So if you see here, I don't know if you can see my screen now, but here's the entrance to the bridge here.
Yep.
So that and it goes across. So this damage has happened before the entrance to the bridge. So the bridge is not affected in any way. It's just the trail itself that we have to make sure that we repair it through here.
Okay, so we feel confident that it's not going to affect the bridge then in future once it's repaired?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Regional Councillor Dyes. Before we circle back, is there any other question? Okay, so actually, Councillor Tyler Moore, and I saw you first, actually.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for letting me back in. So just so I'm clear, if we fix sort of put a Band-Aid on all this, it's $165,000. The $65,000 just quickly north of Kingston, south under the 401 bridge, it's $100,000. We fix it, we make it clean, we make it safe, and that's it. But for the same amount-ish, we can look at the current infrastructure, which is fine by me, and determine whether or not we need a $900,000 or $1.6 million new capital project, which would be great. But if that's the way we go, then when residents call us and say, what's going on with the trail? Obviously, if we do the $165,000 fix up, put a Band-Aid on it, we have an answer. But if we do maybe a B option and say, okay, we're going to invest that, and we have to be able to answer to the residents, and nothing changes currently. So even if we take that route, I would still like to have some sort of small, signage sort of plan so that they're clear exactly on what's going on. That's sort of my first comment or question. The second one is there any kind of warranty manufactured? Did somebody say this was built in 2013? Was it 2013, Mr. Fernando? The bridge?
Chair, I believe so. I haven't really looked
Okay.
how far back it is, but I believe it's about that. That's the right time frame.
I have a feeling that's a crazy notion, but is there any kind of, is there a 10-year warranty on these things? Like did the person that did it? Anyway, something to think about. And a little bit deeper, if Annandale, like I don't know when this is going to come to fruition, but we're talking about a major development proposal on the Annandale's lands. Would maybe that be an opportunity to tie in the big cost into that as part of the development charges or something? Anyway, there's 3 questions. Signage for the A proposal, I'll leave it with you. Seems a bit scrambled now that I said all that. But,
through the chair, so there's 2 options in my presentation and in the report. The option to fix the Church Street washout, which is this slide here, is not a temporary solution. This is a permanent solution that will be fixed, and with the TRC's design, this will withstand any flooding in the future and any washouts in the future. So this $100,000 spent for this portion of the trail is a permanent fix. The other portion on the other bridge by Annie Street, that's a temporary solution where we'd like to investigate option 2 and 3 in more detail in the future and implement option 1 at that location. And that's to implement option number 1 is $65,000.
right. So you're saying that the $100,000 we would spend under the 401 would be a permanent solution. If we went with the Annandale possible inclusiveness in that whole development, then obviously maybe that could be covered by that. But you're saying the real Band-Aid is not the 100,000 under the 401. That's sort of a permanent controlled option. But the $65,000 for the bridge realignment for now, that's a Band-Aid. So it's really, we're talking about $65,000 or $100,000. Okay. I don't know if we need other options here. Maybe the options I'm talking about is actually a new option. And the warranty, you'll look into that.
Yes, I can look into that.
I'd be interested to know if there's any wiggle room on that. That'd be nice to have that $65,000 covered by that, whilst we look for a bigger permanent solution. Okay, thank you.
And just for clarification purposes, I followed up with staff, and the bridge, the Annie Street Bridge, was built in 2005, so it's 15 years old, sort of currently. And obviously, at the time when that was designed in conjunction with TRCA and sort of where we're at today, obviously the water levels are a lot higher. The velocity and the location of where the bridge is presenting the challenge in creating the erosion. It's not a flooding issue on Annie, Christian. It's the water levels of Duffins Creek and the erosion based on the velocity of the higher water levels that's creating the problem that we're facing now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chalmers, and Regional Councillor Crawford, and then Mayor Collier.
Thank you. When we're doing the Church Street, because I'm assuming that this will have to happen, I was down there on my bike a few months ago, and it's quite scary actually. You come around the corner and it's like right there. How are you blocking that off from people? Are you just gonna like disconnect the bridge like you usually do?
Through the chair, up to now we've put barriers and snow fencing and all kinds of things across the trail for people to stop from crossing that point, but it seems that they're going around it. It's what's happening. So we keep putting those barriers and fencing back every time it gets taken down.
Because that is really dangerous. It's like really dangerous. And I'm just happy that on the Annie Street the Elizabeth Street Trail that we're still going to go with option 1 until we figure out what else we're going to be doing. I think it's important that that the trail still is able to be used and while we're still trying to figure out the other things. So I really, I worry about the Church Street one because it's extremely dangerous down there.
Through the chair, yeah, thank you for that comment. I mean, we do agree that it is dangerous, and that's why that $100,000 is a permanent solution. We want to get working on that as quickly as possible, get the design underway through TRCA.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Collier.
Oh, thank you. We build our trails to the same standard as we build our roads. Was this trail, the one that's on the picture right now, built to that standard?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, yes, it was built to this standard, but the issue here is the unexpected event that happened in the early in the year that had a really high velocity of water that sort of it flooded over the creek into the Annandale Golf Course, and the velocity of water that rushed back in, just washed out the trail with it. Is what happened. It's one of those unexpected events that happened here.
If I could just add, there are, and this is one example, there are other segments when we did look and we built our trail system. There is a significant portion of our trail system that is situated within the floodplain, right? It's not all on developable land. So this example is a location that we knowingly built a trail in an area that will be prone to flooding in the 100-year event. And there are other situations in town where the trail does exist within the valley lands. So this is part of the, issue that we have to deal with sort of going forward, is the reality of where our trail system has been built over the years and the situations that present themselves from time to time. So although it was built to the same standard, when it's prone to flooding, it's going to undermine in certain situations and create some issues. So for the most part, it doesn't impact to this extent, this situation, because Duffins Creek does overtop the bank and does wash across this section of trail. It's one of the reasons that we've identified the solution within the report.
Okay, and I'm not sure if you can answer this, Mr. Mayor, maybe Mr. Romanowski, but with the current application on those lands, I assume we'll have the opportunity to extend the trail connection. I'm just following up on Councilor Tyler Morin's question because I wasn't clear to me, but I assume we'll have an opportunity to potentially include some form of trail through that application. Is that something we're looking at doing?
I think I can comment from an operations perspective, and like we do with any development application that comes forward, there's dialogue between departments, and if there is the opportunity to extend a trail or create a trail system that takes it out of an area that's we know is susceptible to flooding and put it on tableland, we would look at those opportunities. So you're right, with an application on the Annandale property, it does present us with that opportunity to looking at a potential alignment that may be more superior to where its current location is. So that's something that we will do in conjunction with planning and development through that process. I'm not sure if Mr. Romanowski has anything to add to that or not.
No, I would echo exactly what Mr. Meredith has just said. We all look at opportunities through the development review process for the Annandale lands to see if there's the ability to, relocate trails or enhance the system that's in the area.
Okay, so again, it kind of raises a question. Does it make sense for us to spend $100,000 on remediating this one section before we investigate? That project appears to be moving fairly quickly. If there is an opportunity, I would like to look at that first before we commit the funds to fix something that we could potentially move, and even better, at somebody else's expense. Question mark.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, I would just be mindful that the development of the Annandale lands will be on, I would assume, once the site plan is submitted, on a rather expedited approval process. So we want to be sure that other elements such as trails or things that aren't directly related to the development of lands. So specifically with the development of the Annandale lands, our focus is going to be on the environment and on the traffic components. If there's other, I guess, elements that are added in like trails and whatnot, definitely that's what we can have those discussions with Amazon, or pardon me, whoever the future tenant of the building is and the landowners. Those discussions can be had. We just don't know what the capital program is or what a trail system or enhancements would be in this particular area. I'm imagining that we went through quite a process to establish this infrastructure in the first place, that, you know, relocating it may result in, you know, additional time to realize that infrastructure piece coming online or rehabilitating it.
Well, again, we're December now. I don't expect anything's going to happen on here till May. Just a guess, but probably not till about then, because it's got to go through design and then it's got to be implemented. So I think we've got 6 months probably. We have a concept plan in front of planning now. Would you be able to look at that and just tell, looking from the concept that you've got in front of you now, Ms. Romanowski, whether a trail connection or anything would potentially form part of this or not? I mean, that could probably happen fairly quickly, I would think.
Well, could we look at the plan and see where trail connections could be? 100%, but we don't have a formal application submitted to us as of yet. But we can look at that once the formal application is in, and we can work with operations to look at that. But it doesn't really get us the answers to the questions that are before us for this particular item at this point in time. So, I mean, I guess the question is to council at this point as to what you want to do with this matter. Understanding that future development in the area could help assist in that, we would need direction accordingly to help us have those discussions in the future.
Well, what I would want to do is not go ahead with that recommendation today until we find out from and I understand we don't have a full development application now, but I suspect we may in the not too distant future. But I don't think it hurts to have a discussion with the proponent and just see if they're open-minded to that. I know we did do a trail section on the what was the other property? Didn't we do one over on the Roslyn Salem on the Blackwood lands?
Through the chair to Mr. Collier, we did all the trails and everything associated with that are 4 trails out on Salem and Roslyn Road. Part of the road works on Roslyn Road. We'll look at the future relocation of any sidewalks that are across the bridge piece on Roslyn that cross the Carruthers Creek. So, I mean, those are pretty easy because the trails are within our capital program, and in the future and the development of the lands can, you know, fast forward that infrastructure coming online. Here is a little different. We have infrastructure that's already in place, and it's been compromised through natural occurrences. And now we're trying to figure out how can, I guess, maybe through a development process, get these improvements assessed. I think that might be the direction that we need in planning in order to have those discussions with the future developers of those lands that this infrastructure abuts.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
If I can just add, like, where the trail was built went up right to the edge of the privately owned lands. So in terms of relocating the trail, if it was to go further east. It's on private property. So what would have to happen, there'd have to be some form of easement or conveyance of land for us to move that trail any further east. So I know that had always been an encumbrance in the past because obviously Annandale was an active golf course. So there'd be a process if we were to look at it moving further east. There'd be land acquisitions or easements required, as well as constructing the trail. So right now it's as far east as it can be because it directly abuts the privately owned lands.
Okay. Well, I guess things have changed since the last time we looked at this, right? Now we know that there's not going to be employment at that land to the east. Now we know that is going to be conveyed eventually to the TRCA. Now that we've rezoned it to be environmental. So I'm just trying to think, I guess, of alternatives. I guess before we wouldn't go across there when this, this trail goes down Church Street originally, but now that has changed. So if we're going to spend money on it, it might make more sense to reroute it across where it connects over at the bridge there on Bailey, rather than just fix something for now. If we're going to be relocating the whole thing, or if it makes more sense to relocate the whole thing, I was suggesting it might be better to look at through this current process. But what I'm hearing is you'd rather just fix this for now and worry about the other one after, if that's just dumbing it down a little bit to what I heard.
Well, from a staff standpoint, I do worry about timing as it relates to a new alignment and what that process may look like. Again, we would coordinate through planning and development with the potential future owners of the abutting lands to the east. So I think the reality is, and knowing timelines, it wouldn't do anything to help us out in 2021 in all likelihood by the time we worked our way through that process. So I think we have some concerns about not addressing it and not dealing with it in its current location. So it's something we'd still, from a staff perspective, still like to move forward with, unless we had some assurances that we could deal with the adjacent lands in the spring of 2021.
Okay. When did this section wash out again? I don't recall.
Through the chair, this happened at the same time as the other section got washed out. It was sometime in January, yes.
Okay. Well, it's been a year. I mean, I'm sure a couple of months wouldn't. It's going to be at least. Am I accurate thinking that nothing's going to happen here till May? Sorry.
April, May would probably be the earliest we'd be in the ground. That's correct.
Okay.
Through the chair, we still have to engage the TRCA to begin design work on this. So there still has to be a detailed design in place before we go to construction in April, May. So that if that would have to happen, early as possible in the year to get that design finalized.
I don't know. This is a tough one. Personally, I would rather just hold off on it until we see. But I don't know. I'm at the will of council on this. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Let's go back to Regional Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, sorry for being so into this, but I don't understand that. What is the recommendations on the report? I need to understand what you're asking for, because it doesn't seem to quite jive with what we've been discussing. Has something changed? Like, so the council approved the change in the scope of capital account, pedestrian bridge 1003 repairs. Which one is that?
That's the Annie Street.
The Annie Street. Okay. Why does it have, so is it 65 to an up of 100,000? Is that what you're saying?
That's, sorry, through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And then you're going to explore on the Annie Street Bridge options 2 or 3.
Correct.
So then number 3 on the recommendations, are we talking about Church Street there?
The 100,000 is for Church Street, yes.
So to an up of 180?
I may. This is Director of Finance, Valentin. So what we've done here is capital account 1013711 had a budget of $280,000. So what they're proposing to do is keep $100,000 for the Annie Street Bridge, which is estimated about 65,000 right now, and then transfer the remaining 180 to the general infrastructure, but then utilize that funding for the Church Street, because right now there's no funding available for that Church Street.
Okay.
So we're
okay,
utilizing
this
that one budget to fund both of these projects.
Okay, because I was not seeing the numbers that I saw in the report or in the presentation, so I was confused as to what I was looking at. Okay. So what this is actually asking for is to move that funding, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
So there was, when we had this discussion with finance, the 280,000 that was approved in the existing budget, our capital expenditure control bylaw or policy requires us, when we're going to rescope a project, that it has to come back to council for approval. So the funding's been allocated, but the project has been redefined based on the recommendations within this report.
Okay. Okay. All right. I think I understand what's going on now. Okay. So is it possible to have a copy of this report of your presentation, Ronald, sent to us?
Through the chair, yeah, I can make it available for you for sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm straight now.
Thank you, Regional Council Crawford, and thank you actually for asking that question. I appreciate the clarification myself, and everything I had to ask has been asked. I do echo Councillor Tyler Morin's comment about public safety. I understand that people are not, following the signs and the barriers, and they're just, and the fencing and using that, but I think that's really dangerous, as well as any kind of waiting to look at other assessments or other ideas, etc. Even if this isn't going to happen, getting stuff done as quickly as possible in the name of public safety. It does look quite dangerous. So I just wanted to make those comments myself. So we do have 5 recommendations in this report. Do I have a mover of that report? I see Regional Councillor Lee. And all in favor? Are there any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, your volume went down.
Oh, did it?
Oh, there it's back again.
Is it better? It's probably just I moved my mic. Thank you for that. Okay, so we're moving into the last item of presentations, and that is Director Romanowski and Mr. Sawchuk talking about Community Improvement Plans Workshop number 1. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll turn it over to Mr. Sawchuk to run through a presentation for Council.
Thank you, Director Romanowski and Madam Chair. So I just wanted to take some time this afternoon to do a bit of an overview on the community improvement programs in Ajax. Essentially, the purpose of this is to ensure that every member of council has a fulsome understanding of the CIPs, as well as their current status and where we intend to bring those over the next year. So in terms of the presentation design, I'll do a quick overview about CIPs and essentially what they are and what benefits they provide before looking at the 2 CIPs that we have in Ajax, those being the Downtown CIP and the Pickering Village CIP. I'll then have a quick overview of why we sort of instigated this review, and I'll talk a little bit about our response at this point, mainly focusing on 3 actions, those being program suspensions, the confirmation of existing commitments, and the evaluation of growth scenarios. And I'll finish up with a quick wrap up of next steps. So community improvement plans are specialized plans to support and encourage physical improvements in any given area. They involve delineating a geographic area within which specific programs are offered to encourage investment. And most of these programs are financially motivated. They must be created by a municipality, whether it be an upper level municipality like the region of Durham, a lower level like the town of Ajax, or even a single tier, for example, the city of Toronto. And they can be as small as just a few properties, or they can be quite expansive, covering the entire width and range of a municipality. Municipalities can use CIPs to focus public attention on local priorities and initiatives, to target areas that are in need of transition or in need of repair, rehabilitation, or redevelopment, to facilitate and encourage change in a coordinated manner, and also to stimulate private sector investment through municipal incentive-based programs. But why do we actually use the CIP to do this? The answer to that is Section 106 of the Municipal Act prohibits municipalities from bonusing private enterprises. And this can include anything such as the payment of money, guaranteed borrowing, giving or lending of property, or any exemptions from a levy, charge, or fee. So it's only Section 28 of the Planning Act that actually enables municipalities to use tools like these for financial incentives to private property owners. So essentially, we are required to use CIPs if we want to engage in any of these types of activities. CIPs can take a variety of forms. So they're really based on what the town or what the municipality is looking to achieve. Just to provide some examples of the types of CIPs that you see in GTA communities, they're often built around vacant land redevelopment, brownfield redevelopment, which is the redevelopment of old industrial lands, heritage conservation. They can be based on affordable housing, or even things like green and sustainable design. Now, in terms of the tools that are available, most typically they come about through grants and loans, fee rebates and exceptions, fee deferrals, and tax incentive programs. Now, in the town of Ajax, we have two very, very different CIPs. The downtown CIP is actually aimed at facilitating redevelopment to change the character of the built environment. So we have a situation where we have a lot of low density developments in the downtown built during the 1950s and the 1960s that we actually want to see intensified. We want to see that character become more urban over time. In the Pickering Village CIP, by contrast, it's aimed at facilitating redevelopment to preserve and maintain the existing character of built environment. So we're looking at some intensification, but the entire point of the CIP is to ensure that it's done in a sensitive manner that respects the heritage character of the area. Despite all of these differences in context, the tools that we actually use within the CIPs are virtually the same. Just to give you an understanding of the land area that the downtown CIP covers, the northern boundary goes as far as the Highway 401 corridor. On the south, it stretches down to Clements. In the west, it goes out to Mackenzie Avenue. And in the east, at its further point, it goes just beyond Ajax High School. But this design really reflects two major corridors, those being the Harwood corridor running north-south, as well as the Bailey corridor running east-west. The downtown CIP was introduced in 2005, and as I mentioned, it was designed to encourage and facilitate redevelopment projects. What's really important about CIPs is they allow the town to take a leading role in redevelopment, and this is because we only incentivize the types of projects that we desire. With the downtown CIP, the end goal has been an intensive, mixed-use, pedestrian-oriented, transit-supportive district that functions as the cultural and administrative center of the town. And the downtown CIP is actually made up of 4 different programs. The Municipal Acquisition, Investment, and Partnership Program is really designed to help the town acquire properties that are in need of assistance for redevelopment. The Rehabilitation Grant Program provides a tax rebate to property developers to help offset the increased costs of taxes after redevelopment. The Planning and Development Fees Grant Program provides rebates on the planning and development fees, and then the Development Charge Exemption and Grant Program provides relief from the local development charges. There are two other programs, the Cash in Lieu of Parking Program and the Reduced Parkland Dedication Requirement Program, that can be run alongside these other four programs, but don't actually make up part of the downtown CIP. Now, when we look at the Pickering Village CIP boundaries, generally speaking, the northern boundary is properties on the north side of Sherwood Road. The south goes down to the 401. On the west, it's really bound by the Duffins Creek. And on the east side, it extends slightly beyond Rotherglen. Again, similar to the downtown CIP, it's really two major road corridors that cause this delineation of the CIP. In this case, it's Kingston Road West as well as Church Street. So by contrast to the downtown CIP, the Pickering Village CIP came much later, and it was actually introduced in 2013 at the time that the Heritage Conservation District came about in Pickering Village. And as I mentioned, this one was designed to protect character and encourage sensitive redevelopment. Again, I really want to focus on the point that what this does is this allows us to take a leading role in redevelopment and really try to incentivize projects that we do desire, with the end goal in this case, building on the wealth of heritage assets, mature trees, natural features, and intimate streetscapes to become the town's historical and cultural center. In this case, the programs are divided into two separate streams. The first being property improvement incentives, which are the Facade Improvement Grant Program and the Sign Grant Program. And then there are the redevelopment incentives, which essentially look very similar to the programs offered through the downtown CIP. Now, back in 2019, Council prompted a CIP review based on concerns about lost revenues. And the original Council motion was directed at the downtown CIP, but a subsequent motion actually involved the Pickering Village CIP. Now, initially, with the direction being to the downtown CIP, that was based on the size and scale of the projects that we were seeing there. In Pickering Village, we haven't typically seen quite the same type of development. However, knowing that we would still have obligations in Pickering Village and we needed to look at these things holistically, we decided to loop Pickering Village into this review. Now, what we have to do in terms of moving forward with this review is determining our existing commitments, because we really need to know where we stand with our current commitments through this program before we can decide whether or not we even want to move forward with it in the future. Broadly speaking, I'd say there are three major reasons for concern. One relates to the scale and frequency of developments that we are seeing. So I think when these programs were first considered, we knew there would be some large projects, and part of the reason for bringing these programs into place was to encourage larger projects. But I don't think we had quite understood the types of the mega projects that were going to come about. And obviously, the larger the development, the greater the impacts to us from a financial perspective. There's also no upper limits to our incentives. So what we often see in other municipalities is a maximum grant size, which gives a municipality a good sense of the worst case scenario in any given year. With us, our CIPs were written in a way that doesn't provide a maximum grant for most programs. So this really increases liability for us because we can never quite be sure what the maximum cost could be to the town over time. And then the third reason for concern is that some of the programs we run are very difficult at the outset to forecast what the actual impacts will be to us. And I'll speak to this in a little more detail as we move along. I do think it's important to spend just a slide or two talking about specifically the development charge impacts. And this is something I believe I gave a presentation over the summer to council to speak specifically to this. But one of the most interesting things related to the development charge exemption program is that it does not just affect our revenue streams, it also impacts our expenditures. And this, as we know, is because we're required to compensate for any development charges that we actually exempt through our CIP programs. And this can represent a significant cost to the town, often in terms of millions of dollars per development. So just to illustrate this, and this is a slide I've presented before, it's just based on a couple sample developments, either currently proposed or currently in the works. And it illustrates that, you know, with what are fairly normal and fairly reasonably sized developments in the downtown, we can see anything from $2.3 million up to over $11 million in lost revenues through the DC exemptions alone. And remember, the DC exemption program is just one of 4 programs in both the Pickering Village CIP and the downtown CIP. Now, in response to the concerns that we just addressed, it was determined that we should move forward with a CIP review that would really do 3 things, and that's look at funding criteria, look at project areas, and any other applicable parameters of these programs. However, before we can really get deep into that process, there were 3 immediate actions that really needed to be taken. Those being the suspension of all programs, determining our existing obligations, as I've mentioned under the CIPs, and then getting a better sense of what we actually desire and what we're actually planning for in terms of long-term growth within these CIP areas. Now, speaking quickly to the CIP suspensions, you'll all be familiar with the various reports that we've brought forward over the last year. This goes back all the way to about a year ago in December 2019, when we first made recommendations to suspend the downtown CIP programs. Now, at the time, we could not include suspension of the DC program because that would actually have to be enacted through a DC bylaw amendment. Back in October, we looped the Pickering Village CIP into the discussion by suspending those programs. And I will make mention that it was only the redevelopment incentive programs that we suspended for Pickering Village. So we are still intending to run the property incentive programs, which are the sign grant program and the facade grant program. The reason we're doing that is because the financial impacts through those programs are very manageable. We know them to be a maximum of $75,000 a year, and they have provided quite a bit of incentive in the past for property owners to do a lot of good work. Now, just last week, we were able to sort of close the loop on all these suspensions when the DC bylaw amendment came forward to the Community Affairs and Planning Committee. So speaking to our need to determine our CIP commitments, there's really 2 steps in this. The first being determining what we are going to do with current applications. It's clear that we have commitments to some developments because we've already signed into development agreements. With others, they've come after the suspension of the program, so we know that we are not going to necessarily have to provide any financial incentives there. But we do have to spend some time to determine exactly what we will do with pending applications. So these are applications that have been received by the town, and we have acknowledged through past correspondence that we would be fulfilling these obligations, but we've not yet entered into development agreements. Beyond that, we also have to make careful consideration of what we'll be doing with the rehabilitation grant program, and specifically determining our obligations under that program. So just to provide a recap to people on what that program is how it works is the value of the land is taken prior to a development, and then the value is taken post-development. And you look at the tax rates at those two times, and over a 10-year period, the town is responsible to provide an 80% rebate on that tax increase. So this can be very, very difficult to determine because at the outset of a development, you can never be entirely sure what the value of the land will be once that development is complete. So we can have a sense of the types of costs that will be, or the types of, I guess, the amount of money that will be required to pay. We have a sense of that, but we never have a fulsome idea of exactly what that will be. Now, fortunately for us, through the two CIP programs, there's really only been one development that's taken advantage of that program so far, and that's Medallion's Vision at Pat Bailey Square. So speaking specifically to that development, our requirements are outlined in a 2011 development agreement. Now, they are outlined quite broadly, and even between the development agreement with the guidelines in the downtown CIP program, there are still some gaps that are left up to interpretation. So it can be very, very difficult to understand exactly what our commitments are. There's also the fact that these financial commitments are going to be linked directly to what the end product looks like. So I'll provide an example here. We all know with the Medallion development, it has multiple phases. The final phase of this development was originally planned to be a couple of condo buildings. If the tenure of those buildings changes and they become rental buildings, all of a sudden they are eligible for programs that they wouldn't have been if they were in fact condo. So there are some details about the development that can change over time, and in turn can change the commitments that we have to make to those developments. Speaking specifically to the rehabilitation grant program, which is the tax rebate program, there's a bit of ambiguity in the program guidelines. So there are things that we need to get legal perspectives on to determine what our commitments actually are from a legal perspective. This is all complicated by the fact that, as was mentioned in an earlier presentation today, that developments often appeal MPAC assessment classifications. So with regard to the Medallion development, we can't get a clear sense of what we're responsible to pay in terms of tax rebates because those numbers are currently being appealed. So really, until that appeal is dealt with, we're not going to have a sense of what we have to pay out to Medallion. So in order to help clear that up, we have sought a legal opinion. And as I mentioned, that legal opinion has been good in terms of giving us a sense of what our legal responsibilities are. But again, this is just a legal opinion. With any sort of legal battle like this, there are going to be competing ideas of what's actually required in terms of the parties involved. And with our commitments to Medallion, based on the results of that MPAC appeal, we could see changes in terms of what we pay out in tax rebates of up to $310,000 per year, depending on the results of that appeal. When you extend that over the 10 years of rebates that we're committed to, that could be as much as $3.1 million over that term. So it's really important that we await the results of this appeal, but we actually are involved in that as well to ensure that all proper information is being considered. The last thing that we need to do before we can really move forward with the CIP review is to get a better sense of what development is going to look like across the town in the long term. So this must be done comprehensively. We know that the CIPs only cover two areas, the downtown area and the Pickering Village. But there are other areas within the town, such as the GO Station node, where we know development's happening and we expect a lot of intensification to happen. So when we're working on reviewing our CIPs, we can't be solely focused on those two areas. We really have to look at development more broadly and where we expect to see it and where we really want to provide incentives for it in the future. There are two major projects, I would say, land use related projects that are happening now that are going to provide information that does inform our CIP review. And those two studies are the Central Ajax Intensification Servicing and Transportation Study, as well as the Rec and Parks Master Plan. So I'll speak about those two in a little more detail. So long-term growth is being studied in the CAST, and this project is really designed to assess how lands can be intensified through Central Ajax and redeveloped until 2051, the need for transportation improvements and upgrades, and the capacity for servicing and necessary improvements. So because we are looking at such major growth-related issues in this study, it's prudent for us to await at least the early stage results of that study prior to moving forward with the downtown CIP review. And this is something that we expect to get the phase 2 results on very early in 2021, and those will be brought forward to council over the next few months. The case specifically will provide information that's worthy of consideration, such as the areas that are presently able to support intensification, the needs of the areas that are unable to support intensification, as well as alternative public priorities that might be in need of funding. So essentially what we're saying here is before we make any major decisions on the CIP, we really need to get a good sense of how intensification can happen through the entire Central Ajax area. When looking at Pickering Village, the equivalent to the case for the downtown would be the Rec and Parks Master Plan. So this is a plan that will examine the town's recreation and park systems needs in order to address population growth, intensification, participation trends, and needs for facilities, programs, and services. So this is a town-wide study, but one of the components that will be looked at in this study is the redevelopment of the lands, the town-owned lands in Pickering Village between Church Street, Sherwood Road, and Linton Avenue. So these are the lands that contain the Village Arena, the Community Center and Senior Citizen Center, and the former library site. Excuse me. So these will be reimagined through the Recs and Parks Master Plan. This information is expected to be available in March 2021. And it'll help to inform the Pickering Village CIP as whatever is determined to be the best direction for redevelopment on these lands is really going to impact our needs moving forward for the Pickering Village. So we wouldn't want to make any decisions early on the Pickering Village CIP and then have to reevaluate those once we've got a better sense of what's going to be happening on these lands. So in terms of next steps, we're going to continue our work to determine our existing CIP commitments, and this is largely being done through discussions on legal opinions related to the medallion matters, and we'll also remain engaged in the other land use studies that are presently happening, those being the CAST and the Rec and Parks Master Plan. Once we start to get a sense of what these new CIPs or if the CIPs should even come back in the future, once those details start falling into place, we will schedule a workshop in 2021 to have a discussion with council and get your input then. And our final report on the CIPs is targeted for the next year, as our suspensions are currently planned to expire in December, the end of December in 2021. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thanks very much, Mr. Sawchuk. I saw Councillor Tyler Moran's hand go up. I'm not sure if anybody else has questions, but please go ahead. Councillor Chalmers.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sawchuk, for your very deep presentation. CIPs aside, the heritage designation for Pickering Village. Can you just speak to it just very quickly? I know that we're not talking about heritage designation, but as part of the community improvement plan, is it a designation for the entire area, or is it per property as determined by the Heritage Committee? Question mark.
So through the chair to Councillor Tyler Morin, there is a heritage conservation district in Pickering Village. So that's a collection of, I believe it's 58 properties. And essentially that's defined by Kingston Road as the south. And it really is focused on the properties along Old Kingston Road, but it actually does extend up to include some of the residential properties on Elizabeth Street as well. So that's a district designation that applies to all of those properties equally. Even if there's a building that was built, let's say in 2010, that exists within that district, all of the policies from the district are applicable to that property as well. So it's sort of like a blanket type of coverage to cover everything within those areas.
Right.
As you know from the map that I've provided, the city boundaries are actually much more broad than that. And there are a number of other individually designated heritage properties that occur within the CIP area as well.
Okay, just the province defines it as, remarkable places rich in history and character, bustling market squares and commercial areas, picturesque village in the heart of large cities, residential neighborhood. There's just some, grave concerns for the village right now and its future in term lease terminations, et cetera. And as you just said, even if there's a building that's not such, isn't so beautiful or comes to the heart when you look at it, built in 2010. Anyway, that's something that maybe I would discuss with you at a later time, but I just wanted you to speak to that briefly. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Tullamore. Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you. Okay. I just have one, and can you please, I think you said something about the sign and facade improvement grant, 75,000 item. What did you say again about it?
Yes, so to Chair Bauer, what I said is that the property specific programs under the Pickering Village CIP, those being the sign grant program and the facade improvement program, those will remain active. So we have a $75,000 a year budget for that program, and that budget gets considered by council every year. And because we know worst case scenario, we're only on the hook for $75,000. And because the funds that we have contributed to properties over the last few years have been very valuable in terms of, beautifying the Pickering Village, we determined that it was appropriate to keep those programs active while we reconsider the larger redevelopment programs.
Okay. And I know I've asked this before, but is that a consideration that you are looking at for the downtown CIP?
So the downtown CIP is a little different. And the reason I say that is, at the beginning of the presentation, I mentioned the different contexts. Pickering Village, we actually want to preserve character. Downtown, the intention is to change the character pretty much. So what we want to see in the downtown is large scale projects that are going to add a lot of intensification. If we create let's say a program like the facade improvement program in the downtown, what we will be encouraging is for people to actually continue to keep using their existing building and beautify that. And there can be value to that, like from the environmental or sustainability perspective, but because our intentions are for large scale redevelopment in the downtown, a program like that wouldn't really suit our needs.
Okay. I think, okay, and thank you for that. My comment, I guess I just feel that it seems to have been years now that your intention is, to really change the area, and it could take, who knows how long it will take to actually go through that. And so the downtown area is, the comments that I receive from residents, are we ever going to clean that place up? Where it always, certain areas look like they don't take care of their properties, or what are we going to do about it? And the answer is, eventually it's going to move to this. So we can't really put anything in there in its place right now. So I guess my only comment would be, if we have some sort of idea of a timeline, like an interim offering maybe, or some sort of solution, would be great. I don't know what it would be, or it would be great to have a budget line of 75,000 for interim improvements until we move forward. But it sounds like that's not really what you're saying to me, but that's fine. I'll just make that comment, but thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Sarchuk. Interesting as always.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move to the final item then, which is item number 7, the adjournment. Can I please have a motion to adjourn this meeting? Mayor Collier shot his hand up. All in favor? Thank you very much. Great
Madam
meeting,
Chair.
final meeting of the last year. Yes.
Never mind. Pardon me.
Oh,
Well, actually, Madam Chair, I was just going to say it's 4:55. Why don't we reconvene at 5:10
sure.
for council? Is that okay with everybody? Do you need longer?
No, that sounds good with me.
Alex, you're good with that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Mayor, we're now live.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call this meeting to order. I'd like to start with the land acknowledgement. I'd like to begin this meeting by acknowledging that land on which we gather is situated within the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas, more specifically, the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, signatories of the Gunshot Treaty of 1788 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. This land is and will continue to be home to the Indigenous peoples. Let us acknowledge the mistakes and traumas of the past through authenticity and support for truth and reconciliation. Let us engage and celebrate Indigenous communities by being leaders of action in acknowledging the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations towards truth and reconciliation. Let us keep these principles close as we continue towards truth and reconciliation and as we move forward with kindness and respect as a community. Does any member of council have any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Hearing and seeing none. Moving on to the adoption of the minutes. We have moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Tyler Morin, that the following minutes of previous council meetings be adopted. The regular meeting of November 16th, the closed session of November 16th, the special meeting of November 18th, the closed session of November 18th, the special meeting of November 24th, the closed meeting of November 24th, and the special meeting of December 7th, all in 2020. Any questions, comments on the minutes? Hearing none, those in favor? I saw all hands, that is carried. Thank you. Moving on to question period. Mr. Clerk, I'm not aware of any member of the public that has submitted any questions for question period.
Mr. Mayor, we did not receive any questions for this agenda.
Thank you. We don't have any delegations or presentations. Moving on to items of correspondence, we have moved by Councillor Crawford, second by Councillor Khan, that the report dated December 14, 2020 containing items of correspondence be adopted. Any polls on the items of correspondence? Okay, hearing, seeing none. Those in favor of approval? Any opposed? None, that carried. Moving on to reports, we have moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Khan, that the resolutions of the General Government Committee meeting dated December 14th, 2020 be ratified. Does any member of council have any polls or any questions or concerns on this? I have an amendment, if nobody does. I have an amendment on item number, I believe it was 6.4, to do with the trail rehabilitation, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Crawford, that recommendation number 4 be removed and add a recommendation number 6, which directs staff to review the Annandale site application, report back to the January 2021 General Government Committee meeting with options for a potential trail connection across the Annandale lands. And I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Dyes, and I'll just speak to that quickly. And I do apologize for bringing this amendment to a report that we just passed at a meeting an hour ago, but I've had a chance to rethink it and make a few calls to staff. I think in the beginning, when we did this trail system and we had the connection along Bailey and across Church Street to where it is today, to where it needs repair, we had to go that route because there was no development application on those lands. Now there is a development application on those lands that gives us an opportunity to look at a potential trail connection across that area. And I think it only prudent that we examine that and just look if that is an option before we commit $103,000 to repair a trail section that may not be in the best place, given the damage it's had so far. I have checked with our Director of Planning, Mr. Romanowski, and he has assured me that this is not an issue as far as being time sensitive. Whether we passed it today or whether we passed it in January is not going to affect the project. So this is just asking staff, basically holding off on the awarding of the contract to the TRCA and just having staff report back to us in January. So, and I'd ask for your support. Any, oops, sorry.
Okay, are there any questions or comments to this amendment? Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to actually look for other options that, especially with a very tight budget, that doesn't fall on the backs of council if at all possible. So I'm definitely happy to second this and support this notion of investigating this other option.
Are there any other questions or concerns? Okay, so the motion is moved by Mayor Collier, seconded by Regional Councillor Crawford. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Now moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Khan, that the resolution as amended be ratified. Those in favor? None opposed. That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to regional council reports. Do we have regional council reports? Councillor Lee.
Just very quickly, the highlight of the meeting, in my opinion, was the motion put forth by the mayor and regional councillor Dyes in regards to the provincial changes to the Conservation Authorities Act. Regional council emphatically said that, the protections that the conservation authorities provide should remain, and it wasn't a unanimous vote, I apologize, but it did pass with a good majority. The province has since done what they're going to do, but I definitely want to applaud the efforts by the Team Ajax to ensure that the environment stayed top of mind for across the region. And that's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anything further on regional council reports? Thank you for bringing that forward. Unfortunately, that wasn't heeded, but I will point out that there is a motion in front of Pickering Council tonight brought forward by Councillors McLean and Brenner requesting that the minister rescind Section 6 of Bill 229. So we'll see where that goes. I have moved by Councillor Dye, second by Councillor Lee, that the Regional Council's report of December 14, 2020 be received for information. Those in favor? I see all hands, none opposed, that's carried. Moving on to business arising from notice of motion, we have a motion to suspend the rules of procedure moved by Councillor Khan, second by Councillor Tyler Morin, that the rules of procedure be suspended to allow the introduction of 3 motions without notice. The Upper York Sewage Solutions Project, a motion on the support for high intensity supports at home, and a motion for Lower Harwood Avenue South Corridor, Westney Road, Dryer Drive, and McCrae Road segments. On relaxing the rules to introduce those motions, those in favor? Are there any opposed? None, that's carried. We'll deal with the motion printed in the agenda first. Limiting food delivery by Councillor Tyler Moore and Councillor Lee. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Your Worship. My mic is on, right? I can't see it. At the beginning of this month of December, the province passed the Support Local Restaurants Act 2020, and I'm happy to report that it has now received royal assent. The act reduces fees charged by food delivery companies in areas where indoor dining is prohibited. Currently, fees placed on restaurants by food delivery companies can reach as high as 30% in Ontario, but now delivery fees will be 15% with an overall cap of 20% inclusive of all fees, taxes, etc. It also ensures that delivery drivers' pay will be protected and delivery apps will not reduce service areas or restaurant selections. Myself, the mayor, my council colleagues, Don Terry in Economic Development and his team, we've all been reaching out to local businesses throughout the town of Ajax. All of the restaurants, the bars, the pubs are hanging on by a thread. I know that firsthand. Right now, and their only source of revenue right now is takeout and delivery. So I'm asking my council colleagues for your support in this motion so we can all show our support to the owners, the operators, and the staff in an industry that has been absolutely decimated. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Lee, did you want to, as a seconder, speak to this?
I do. Thank you, Chair. So this was in motion about a month ago, and the rumor has it the provincial government heard that Councillor Tyler Moore and myself were putting through this motion, and so they rushed through their legislation to ensure that this was put in place before. But regardless, all joking aside, restaurant margins can be as thin as 15, 20, 30%, and to cut into that just to stay afloat is predatory. It's the past few motions that have passed from Ajax, the money lending, the cash, the payday advances, regulating Airbnb, or the having staff look into it. This is all just a message, in my opinion, to just say to these companies that, we're not trying to stop the way you run your business, but there has to be a fairness and a quality to the way you run your business. And it can't be on the backs of the hardworking small businesses that are, trying to just stay afloat. And more importantly, providing a very essential services to residents across Durham and Ajax. I, for one, don't cook, so I would be nowhere. I wouldn't be fed without these kind of services. And I still think this a very slight message to residents. If you can call the restaurant directly, I'm sure they would absolutely appreciate that. If you can pick it up directly, I'm sure they would absolutely appreciate that, because every cent counts. And I'd hate to see some of our fantastic restaurants in Ajax close down because of lack of business. So we hear it ad nauseum from every politician: support local, and this motion absolutely captures the spirit of that. So thank you, Councillor Tyler Moore, for putting this through. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anything further on the motion in front of us? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor? I see all hands, none opposed. That is carried unanimously. Moving on to the next item, the Upper York Sewage Solutions Project, moved by Councillor Dyes, second by Councillor Bauer. Over to you, Councillor Dyes.
Thank you. As we know, in Ajax, for quite some time, we've been concerned about the amount of algae on our near shore. And at the time that we were looking into that and trying to get the regions of York and Durham to agree in putting in tertiary treatment, I had the opportunity to visit what they call the reclamation study plant that they were with the reverse osmosis. So it's a tertiary treatment, one of the best, that they were going to have in the Upper York sewage, as the Upper York sewage solution, I should say. It was a very interesting tour. As I said, it's the best technology for removing nutrients out of the effluent before it's put into any water body, whether it's Lake Simcoe or Lake Ontario. And it really exceeds the standards that they put in place for Lake Simcoe, and would be great here if we could have that. Anyhow, the reclamation plant was to address the growth up in York region, and it was to be treated with this reverse osmosis, and the effluent would go into Simcoe. The minister has changed, from what I understand. They've gone through an environmental assessment, and the minister is now wanting them to twin the big pipe, what we call a big pipe, from York region down through the Oak Ridges Moraine to the Duffin Creek Water Pollution Plant. Instead of reclaiming the discharge or all of the chemicals that they would take out from reverse osmosis in that reclamation plant, if it was built, what they are now going to do is just send everything down the pipe to Duffins Creek. And as you know, we don't have the best we don't have tertiary treatment. They're using a chemical treatment, but it's not the best, and it's not going to take us into the future. So right now, we really don't want to see that happen. What we're going through a process now of putting what they call diffusers on the outfall pipe here into Lake Ontario from the Duffins Creek plant. That's an expensive project. And we know that possibly within the next 20 years, they will have to do a fourth expansion. This seems to be sort of a way around that. York region won't have to build the reclamation and sewage plant in the north. And I think there's concerns about future development in the north. And so twinning the pipe would really give them an opportunity to develop in York region and just have all of their waste material come down to Duffins Creek Water Pollution Control Plant. They have not said much about it to date. We don't have a lot of information. Hopefully we'll have more either January or February at the regional level. And they have not, from my understanding, even spoken to Georgina Island and the Indigenous peoples up there for their input on this initiative as well. As far as everybody in the north was concerned in York Region, that it was the reclamation plant that was going through. And I think both for people in Lake Simcoe and people on Lake Ontario, we both wanted the same thing, tertiary treatment. We have to be responsible for the waste that we put into our lake and ensure that it does not pollute our drinking water. And that's what it is doing. It is actually growing the algae because it's like feeding your underwater garden. So the algae just is prolific in its growth because of the nutrient loadings. So we're asking the minister, to rethink this. We're not happy about this. It's a huge proposition to build another pipe. And it goes, you may have land acquisitions with the previous twinning of the pipe through Markham. They dried up farmers' wells. There were all kinds of issues. It's a long project, a big project. And I think that we really need to have more dialogue with everybody before this decision before it's done, basically. So that's all I have to say. We're not happy about it. And we hope that you will support the resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Bauer, did you want to speak to this as a seconder?
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Thank you, Regional Councillor Dyes. I can't say anything better or more effectively than my Regional Councillor counterpart has spoken. I think the reclamation plant in York to Lake Simcoe seemed to be the best solution to make the most sense. So I don't understand and I don't agree that York Region is going to, make their waste our responsibility by adding that extra pipe. So I fully support this motion and I hope my colleagues will as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you. I'm very happy to see this come forward out of Ajax Council. This came out at Works on, I guess it was the beginning of the month. And we also put a motion forward, Regional Councillor Bill McLean put a motion forward that stating that Durham Region Works Department or Committee supports the Lake Simcoe solution and not the Lake Ontario solution. I know that Regional Council, I believe last month, also had a motion that came out stating the same thing. So we really don't need more issues in the lake. And we were unsuccessful when the Minister of Environment and Conservation and Parks was in our backyard getting tertiary treatment. So we're hoping that this Minister of Environment will do the right thing and make it the Lake Simcoe solution and not the Lake Ontario solution. It is a concern not only for all of Ajax, but it's also for the whole lakefront. I think that Whitby is even having issues with their lakefront, obviously Pickering too. So there's more than just our municipality that has been, we've been impacted, I think, the most, but certainly there's impact throughout the whole lake shore municipality. So thank you very much for bringing this motion forward. I am happy to support it.
Anything further? Seeing no hands, I'll just very quickly, I was just amazed when I saw this come forward at the region. And the region had no answers because they had not been consulted. It was just, we've just heard that this is being now considered. I can only speak for myself, but quite honestly, I'm sick and tired of being the dumping ground for York Region. We take their garbage at our EFW and we take their waste, their sewage. They own 80% of the Duffins Water Pollution Control Plant. And, they spent the money to bring the big pipe down here. Our argument to the minister was, well, they need tertiary treatment on Lake Simcoe. Why isn't tertiary treatment, is it good enough for them up there, but not down here? And now to suggest bringing a second big pipe through the Oak Ridge Moraine, through environmentally sensitive area, down here, and increasing the capacity exponentially, bringing forward very quickly the next phase of expansion is just ludicrous as far as I'm concerned, especially without consultation. So I think it's only proper that we come out of the gate very strong and very hard on this and make our position very well known. And I'm glad to see item 2 in there. Ajax Council strongly oppose the Lake Ontario option for York Region effluent. We need to start this now before things get any further. We already have a major problem that is not being addressed, and this will compound that many times. We had a discussion at the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative meeting last week where we talked about the issues that are affecting the Great Lakes and the fact that we had 20% of the world's fresh water right here. And we can't be letting the other Great Lakes go the same route as Lake Erie and let it get to that state before we start doing something about it. The fact is we have 27 different water pollution control plants discharging into Lake Ontario on both sides of the border, and every single one of them has a different certificate of approval and different regulations regulating what they put into our lake and into our drinking water. And sure, the Duffins is the best one, but on a kilograms of phosphorus per day model, it is probably one of the highest given the volume, and this will only accentuate that. I know they're capped at 309 kilograms a day, I think, or 311, but this is certainly not going to do anything to help our waterfront. And our 7 kilometers of waterfront has already been tainted by this currently. So I can only imagine what this is going to do if this goes forward. So we need to really speak out strongly. So thank you, Councillor Dyes, Councillor Bauer, for bringing this forward. Joanne, you didn't ask for a recorded vote, but I think I would like if you would.
Sure, and if I could just add to that as well, this again, as you spoke to just previously, the province refused to put in tertiary treatment here at the plant. And as I said, we're going through changes on the outfall pipe, which is really just to push that effluent out further into the lake so it dilutes a little better. It's like a big bathtub, and eventually it'll fill up. But anyway, in about 20 years, when they do that 4th expansion, is probably when they would have to look at putting in tertiary treatment. But this changes everything, because this means that expansion may come sooner. Nobody said whether or not they're even going to look at a tertiary treatment. They haven't said anything. There's a lot of unknowns here. So I just want to say, I mean, if we get a tertiary treatment, it would solve a lot of the problems. And I think this is what we really have to encourage the minister to do, as well as, again, to have that dialogue about how they propose to do this, the timelines, how it's going to move up the plans for that 4th expansion. And do we really need to have to do the retrofits on the pipe? So there's a lot of unknowns. But sure, you're going to call for a recorded vote, or I have to do that for you? That's fine.
I suggested it's your motion that you do it.
Sure.
And again, when we were going through the whole PrAP plan last year, it was shown that the efficiencies that the regions of York and Durham are trying to do are only going to buy 3 years based on the current model. In 3 years, we're going to be right back where we were with expansion. So just with population growth. So really, it did nothing. But we also have that minister's order in place as well. So I don't know what this would do with the things that are set out in the minister's order. But again, things that we really have to look at very, very closely and have very strong discussions about. Anything further by members of council? Hearing, seeing none. Mr. Clerk, recorded vote has been called, please.
Thank you. On the resolution before council, please state your position in favor or opposed. Regional Councillor Dyes.
We didn't hear you, Joanne.
In favor?
Thank you. Councillor Bauer.
In favor.
Regional Councillor Crawford.
In favor.
Councillor Khan.
In favor?
Regional Councillor Lee.
In favor.
Councillor Tyler Morin.
In favor.
Mayor Collier.
In favor. That carries unanimously. I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Dyes, please, while I introduce the next motion. This is to do with the support of high-intensity supports at home, moved by myself. Actually, sorry, I have to turn this over to Councillor Lee, as Joanne, you are the seconder on this motion. So moved by myself, second by Councillor Dyes, and I won't read the entire thing, although it wasn't published in the agenda. I think it's on the screen. I'll read the therefores. The Ajax Council supports provincial government investment in home and community care programs to ensure high needs patients continue to receive the premium care they deserve when beds are in short supply or wait lists are long. 2, the Minister of Health and the Minister of Long-Term Care and the Minister of Finance be urged to increase and annualize funding to high-intensity supports at home program administrators to ensure they have the tools and capacity to meet the growing demand for home and community care programs. 3, the town requests the Central East Lynn registers to be a delegation at an upcoming Region of Durham Council meeting to review the high intensity at home support program model and potential partnership opportunities between the region, Lynn, and Durham, Ontario Health Team. And 4, this motion be circulated to the Honorable Christine Elliott. Sorry, that's a spelling mistake. Christine Elliott, Minister of Health, the Honorable Mary Lee Fullerton, Minister of Long-Term Care, the Honorable Rod Phillips, Minister of Finance, the Region of Durham and Durham municipalities, the Central East Lynn, and the Ajax Pickering Hospital Management and Board of Directors. And I will just speak to it quickly, Chair. Just now more than ever with COVID, having people being able to remain in their homes for care with the reduction in beds is even more important, and to keep them away from the potential infections that are in our long-term care facilities. We have people that are on long wait lists. We have people that are being discharged maybe to long-term care facilities or to other areas that can't get in right away. The need to be able to have people stay in their homes and support them throughout this process is even more important now than before. I know, like Councillor Tyler Morin and Lee's motion prior with the delivery fees, the government has done something with this now since the time of writing and the time of getting towards us today, but they need to do more. This is a huge problem. It's only going to get worse. And I think we need to send the strong message to the province on behalf of the town and on behalf of our seniors, those patients that need this. So I'll ask for your support and I'll turn it back to the chair. Thank you.
Regional Councillor Dyes is the seconder. Do you want to speak on this?
Sure, thank you. Like you said, during these difficult times in COVID, we've really seen the gaps in services for people, particularly the elderly. And I can speak from my own personal experience where my father lives in a seniors apartment building independently, but they do have support programs in place. During COVID, all of those programs have stopped. So the most vulnerable people in our society are not getting the care that they need in their homes, and sometimes in the different support by the different support teams, and also in the healthcare homes where they are as well. So we need to fix this problem. We need to change it. It is most seniors, if they can, would prefer to stay home, and it doesn't always take a lot of support, but it needs to be consistent, and we're not getting any consistency. And I think that we really need to look at our options down the road, and we need more public, long-term care homes than, say, private. The standards tend to be better, and they're more responsive to the needs. So I hope you will support this motion.
Thank you, Regional Councillor Dyes. Would any other members of council like to speak on this? Then I will call to vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? And the motion carries. Handing it back to Chair Collier.
No, you're going to stay there.
I'm back.
I have another motion, Lower Harwood Avenue, South Corridor, Westney Road, Dryer Drive, and McCrae Road segment, moved by myself, second by Councillor Bauer. And again, I won't read all the whereas, it's just therefore staff be directed to present a report to the appropriate standing committee of council in April 2021 outlining options to improve the transition from 4 lanes to 2 lanes between Westney Road, Dryer Drive to Lake Driveway. B, improve safety on the 2-lane segment of road from Westney Road, Dryer Drive, and McCrae Road. And C, consider reverting the Westney Road, Dryer Drive, and McCrae Road segment back to 4 lanes, taking into consideration the potential costs and timing for each option, as well as future ITMP active transportation road improvements to the remaining Lower Harwood Avenue South sections, including Bailey Street to Falby Court and Falby Court to Westney Road. And I'll just speak to it very quickly, Chair. This was something that came out of the last election process. I was asked specifically about it during the debate at the Ajax Center, I believe, the last debate, and I committed to bringing this forward, and Councillor Bauer as the local councillor as well. Her and I have been working on this. We made these changes a few years ago according to the active transportation plan. There has been a considerable pushback on it, and this is now we have also adopted a new process in our road standard, where it's now the standard to have a paved trail basically on one side and a sidewalk on the other. And given that there are plans to continue the trail network north from where this ends up to Pat Bailey Square, I believe, I think it's only prudent that we look at tying these together. If we're going to be doing that trail network all the way up, I think it makes sense to look at getting the cyclists off the road in this area. It's a matter of replacing a sidewalk with a multi-use trail, so it's a very minimal cost. But from a safety perspective, there's been a lot of near misses down in that area. I've heard a lot of feedback on it. And this is basically just asking staff to look at some of those other options and report back to us. So I'll turn it back over to you, and I would ask for your support at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Councillor Bauer, would you like to speak on this as well as a seconder?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I'm happy to support the mayor. I did hear about this area an awful lot during the election period. And I think this request to investigate and just look at different options is a responsible action to those requests. So I'm happy to support this motion. I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. I had Councillor Crawford first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to support the idea of an investigation. I am not. I've been on that trail several times over the summertime. I found it to be extremely safe. I now could be because volume of traffic was down through the summer, but I had no issues with safety at all. My concern about multi-use trails is that the multi-use trail at the lakefront is far more dangerous than the road, in my humble opinion. Between walkers and dog leashes and people that don't listen to the bell ringing, like there's multiple problems with multi-use trails mixing wheels and legs on a same trail. So if you can convince me that you can separate those two forms of transportation safely on a multi-use trail, I will be all for it. But I would take my chances on the road any day of the week. That multi-use trail at the lake is brutal. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much. Regional Councillor Dies. Sorry, you're on mute.
Again, sorry. I can't support the motion as it specifically states that they're directing staff to look at transitioning from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. Yes, I've heard all the concerns expressed in the community, and there's not a lot, to be quite honest, and it's not, I have to agree with Councillor Crawford. I ride that section as well. It's not dangerous. That was chosen to make 1 lane a bike lane on each side because it's not a very busy street. Traffic is not the issue here. I might have to wait at the stop sign at the bottom of Harwood for 3 cars to turn right, and that's it. other than on the weekends with people parking there, there's really no issue. It is very safe. And I can't, I voted to have that put in because I thought it was the right thing to do. I'm not going to vote to then take it out. It was a lot of time and effort by staff, and putting in, the improvements at the bottom of Harwood were part of that whole project. The other thing is we looked at segments through the Harwood study of putting that trail through all the different parts that segments, I should say, that we were going to do as we move north up on Westney. And that trail is supposed to fit in, both pedestrian and cycling trails are to fit in. This is about the future. It's a future vision where you're going to have high rises at Pat Bailey Square, 6 of them eventually, and people want to come down to the lake. And this is the route they're going to take down Harwood Avenue. And if they have a safe way to get down to the lake, they won't need to park in front of people's houses down by the lake, which they don't like either. And I understand that. But to mitigate the parking issues and mitigate the traffic, we have to provide an alternate form of transit, and that is recreational. So, I really think it's important to stay with that plan in that Harwood study. It takes years to fulfill it, I know, but this was the first segment we did, the first piece of that plan. And I think to date, it's worked very, very well. I think the issue is it's an established area. It changed the way it looked. And I think that was part of the problem. They really didn't like it being changed at all. But we needed some parking as well for the waterfront trail for accessibility issues. So I'm sorry, I can't support your motion. Thank you.
Would any other members of council like to speak on this? Councillor Khan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, but were we not discussing widening the lower part of Harwood sometime soon?
That's to the mayor, Councillor Khan?
Yes, please.
Mayor Collier?
I actually just wanted to speak to wrap it up, but I can do that and answer the question at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
No, I don't believe there was discussion of widening it. What I think the discussion was getting the cyclists off the road because it causes the cars to have to cross over the cycle lane to make a right-hand lane going both north and south. And there's been several near misses from what I've been told. So that, people going to turn right just basically has caused some of the issues. What I just want to point out is this is not directing anything. This is asking staff to look at the options and report back. That's all. I have not had the same experience as Councillors Dyes and Crawford in using the waterfront trail, and I've used it a lot. Maybe it was different this summer because it was obviously busier this summer, but using that as an example, I mean, maybe we should stop building trails at all because people cycle all over Ajax. We have over 140 kilometers of trails. So if we're going to be concerned about mixing cyclists and pedestrians, maybe we should just stop building trails and save the money because it applies everywhere. So I can't accept that. This is just asking staff to look at it and report back with some options. If their option is leave it as is, then we'll make that decision at the appropriate time. I know that not all decisions that we've made as a council in my last 17 years have been right. I think when you realize that there is one that was not right, in my opinion, I think it's only prudent to look at it and try and make it right. So that's all we're asking to do here is just ask staff to look at it, report back based on some of the new changes that we have today. That's all. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Khan.
Councillor Khan?
Thank you very much. It did answer my question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And before I call to vote, Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Chair. So we are voting on letting staff, this is going back to staff, and they're going to come back with a report. Okay, that's good. Because it's, for a northern councillor, it's a little confusing because the two councillors in that area seem to be on 2 different pages. I would like to see a staff report on this. So for that reason, I will support this motion. Thank you.
And Regional Councillor Dies?
I just wanted to clarify that the road, just so you know, at that southern part on Harwood was 4 lanes. So they took a lane on each side. Again, I said this previously, and made it a dedicated bike lane. It's marked as such. If, you know, they have difficulty making a right-hand turn. I mean, there's all kinds of issues with cyclists all the time with drivers and pedestrians and vice versa. But it's a dedicated bike lane, and it's marked that way. So I don't see how that's anyway. I don't see how that is. It's dangerous in any way, particularly because it's not busy. But I just want to clarify. So you have that vision of 4 lanes. You know, the 2 lanes in the middle, one on either side of the medium, is for cars, and the ones near the sidewalks are for pedestrians and cyclists.
Thank you. So any other further questions or comments? Then we will call to vote. So in regarding to the motion, all those in favor? All those opposed? And that is 6-1. It passes. Now I hand back the chair to the mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Great job. Moving on to the bylaws. Moved by Councillor Lee. Oh, let me make sure I'm not missing something here. Bylaws moved by Councillor Lee, second by Councillor Crawford. The bylaw numbers 54-2020 to 61-2020 be read a first, second, third time and passed. Any questions on the bylaws? Hearing none. Those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Is there any notice of motion by any member of council? Okay, hearing and seeing none. New business, notices, and announcements.
Sorry, excuse me, Mayor Collier. You
Yes?
didn't see my hand go up. I did have a
Oh,
notice
I
of
didn't.
motion.
No, sorry. I'm getting a bit of a lag here. I maybe don't have a good
Oh.
connection. Go ahead, Councillor Bauer.
Thank you very much. Just to let everyone know that Regional Councillor Crawford and I will be bringing a motion forward in January regarding, I guess, rodent control. It's not quite detailed yet, but that's the gist of the topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other notices of motion? Okay, hearing and seeing none. New business, notices, and announcements. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Rob Tyler Morin and myself are having our final community meeting on Wednesday, December the 16th at 7 o'clock by Zoom. You have to register. You've had the link. It's on social media. Hope to see everybody there at 7.
Thank you. Councillor Tyler Morin, I see your hand up, but you're frozen on my screen. Did you have another?
Yes, I did. I just want to say what Regional Councillor Marilyn Crawford just said. She knew I was going for it. So thank you for saying it, Marilyn.
Okay.
Regional Councillor Crawford.
Any other notices or announcements? We have our Merry and Bright program now. I know that the Council Food and Toy Drive ended today. However, I'm sure if you did have food or toy donations, they would still accept them at the local Salvation Army. We as a council will be making some presentations there. I think it's on Friday. We also have the lights tour that's going on in Ajax as well. So please go to the townofajax.ca and check that out to see the lights tour. I know I will be doing that on, I think it's Wednesday night. So everybody, if you want to get out and go for a drive, please feel free. And this is our last meeting before Christmas break. So I just want to wish all members of council happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, however you celebrate, and to all residents and anybody watching, however you celebrate, we hope you have a very, very happy holiday, Happy New Year, and however you do so, please do so safely and respect. We are in red zone right now, so please, again, the three W's, and be careful with whatever you do. Councillor Lee?
I'm sorry, Chair. I really should have gone before you because that was a really good ending to this meeting. But Councillor Khan and I would like to remind all Ward 2 residents, in fact, any residents, that the Medallion Development Open House has been listed on the town's website. For anybody who wants to register, please go to imo.ajax.ca/Rossland. We expect there's going to be tons of community feedback, so we've arranged for 3 different open houses along the month of January. So anybody watching this, please register at imo.ajax.ca/Rossland. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anything further? Speak up because I've got a bit of a lag here. I'm not seeing hands right away.
No.
No? Okay.
I'd like to say happy
No.
birthday to Ashmead Khan.
Happy birthday, Ashmead Khan.
Happy birthday, Ashmead.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Ash.
birthday, Ash.
You remembered this year. Yay!
I'm waiting for your actual birthday to say it myself, but that's
I
fine.
always
Yes,
remember.
true.
I think it's Monday.
December 21st. I think that is Monday.
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
Nice, nice.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for remembering.
Okay, I have the confirmation bylaw moved by Councillor Tyler Moore and second by Councillor Khan. The bylaw number 62-2020, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ajax at its regular meeting held on December 14, 2020, be read a first, second, third time and passed. Those in favor? Say yes. I'm not seeing.
Yes,
In
yes, yes.
favor.
We're all in favor.
Yes,
We're all in
come on.
favor.
None opposed. That's carried. And
We're
finally, moved by Councillor Crawford, second by Councillor Dyes, that the December 14, 2020 meeting of the Council of the Town of Ajax be adjourned. Those in favor?
In
Aye.
favor.
Yes.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
That's carried.
Merry Christmas to
Happy-
staff as well.
Merry